in Key West. It being 6:30, we're going to start the meeting of the planning board. Oh golly, I'm not enjoying that at all.
Neither are we.
So this is the March 13th meeting of the planning board. We're going to conduct this meeting both live and via Zoom. The Zoom option is being afforded as a convenience to the public and to the members of the board. However, should the Zoom go down, we will continue the meeting. We're going to start first with public input, which will be limited to statements relating to issues which are not currently the subject of a pending public hearing and otherwise not on the agenda. If there's anyone who would like to speak in the public input session, please come forward, say your name and your address.
Okay. Right here?
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Matt Mulrooney, 344 Boston Road. The issue that I'm bringing forward is an issue with the special permit and construction going on at the newly created address 348 Boston Road. I have a couple problems. Two of them are with the special permit that was issued, and then three issues that the construction caused. The problem that we're having right now is extraordinary runoff of water, which was a problem that I mentioned in 2019 at a planning board meeting, and that for the planning board meeting that was held to split the property at 350 Boston Road into 350 and 348. A driveway was to be created between my address 344 and 350 so that a house could be built behind 350. The problems that I have with the special permit are that at the meeting I mentioned that we had been getting water runoff from next door, and as a solution, a berm was discussed at the meeting. The berm was also coupled with a fence as a way to also stop noise. Ultimately, the berm/fence is what got entered into the minutes, and the berm was completely left out of the special permit, leaving absolutely nothing about the water runoff, just noise. Another problem from the special permit was that the original owner of the property, who's since sold both properties, is no longer there. The owner had a pipe that I didn't know about, which was the source of the runoff. I thought it was just natural runoff. After he cleared the land, we found this pipe. You can see it from my property, and it comes directly from a koi pond. This pipe, the koi pond, none of it is on any of the plans that were submitted for the special permit. And immediately, like after getting approved, he brought out another section of pipe and brought the water like even closer to our property, probably another like 20 feet, so that he could run the driveway up and over the pipe.
Matt, can I interrupt you?
Sure.
Is it your property is 348 or 350?
I'm at 344.
344.
It was
And then
originally 350, and then they created 348.
And the pipe and the berm were to be between 350 and 348?
At the meeting, they discussed putting a berm in between 348 and 344.
Oh, and 344, okay. Okay, I'm sorry, go on.
Yep, okay. Further, when plans were approved for the building of 348, so the thing is that it's been 5 years. And through whatever extensions, I don't know, eventually, the property got sold to a builder, and the builder was issued, his plans were approved by the town without any notice of the special permit, because the special permit was accidentally attached to 350 Boston Road. I was notified instead of 348. So even though the original plans did have some protections themselves, mainly a 2-foot trench running next to the driveway against runoff, that's not currently in the builder's plans. And I've been informed by Mr. Belansky that the builder will be held accountable to what's currently in the special permit with the trench. But again, my further concerns are that pipe, the existence of the pipe was not known. It's a 6-inch PVC pipe, and it spouts a river out at our properties. It's become worse since the builder purchased the property and has been building. The driveway has been flattened, all the wooded area has been removed, and it just comes right out onto my property, and then in front to the street and into my neighbor's property, and he's getting a significant amount of water in his basement.
Have you been able to take any photographs of the runoff?
Yes, I have videos and
Okay.
everything else. If you'd like to see them now or another time.
Or if you could email them.
Sure.
Okay, well, we're not able to respond at this time,
Sure.
but thank you for bringing that to our attention, and we'll have to determine how to proceed.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Evan, could we put that on the agenda for next meeting to discuss?
Yeah, I mean, I'll,
Dig out everything.
as Matt indicated, we've been in communication. I can either provide you a verbal update now, or I'll do it via email. I'm not sure there's much for the planning board to actively do at this point. It's an active construction site. There is a special permit decision and a plan, and the developer will be held to the decision and the plan.
Has the
The-
building inspector verified that the permit's being held to?
So it's an
I
active
didn't hear
construction
the
site.
question. Can you repeat the question or speak into the microphone?
Yeah, my question to Evan was, has the building inspector confirmed that it's being conducted according to the permit?
So, as Matt indicated, there was a time where, when the building permit was initially issued, it, for whatever reason, wasn't flagged for conservation sign-off, and it didn't have the planning board special permit decision flagged. The online permitting system has since been updated, so the current developer who pulled the building permit has been put on notice that what is the planning board plan of record. That plan, as Matt indicated, does account for stormwater using a 2-foot gravel trench along the driveway. Matt's also correct that it does not appear as though the planning board process either identified or concerned itself with the pipe coming out of the koi pond. I don't exactly know what the timing was of the extension of the pipe, and I'm not sure to what extent, since it's not part of the planning board special permit or associated plan, to what extent that would be an item for the planning board to revisit. I can tell you that DPW is aware, Conservation is actively on the site, Building Department's actively on the site.
Okay.
So I was surprised to hear Matt say that there's not appropriate erosion control measures on the site, particularly if it's impacting the town right-of-way. The area that's under wetland jurisdiction clearly has erosion control for purposes of protecting the resource areas. But as you likely know, your special permit plans also include minimum soil erosion measures, and DPW, through the land disturbance permit, has the authority to require more.
Can you forward the dates of the planning board meetings associated with that property?
Yeah, absolutely.
That'd be great.
Okay, so tomorrow I'll
And the-
follow up with an
and the
email.
special permit decision.
It was a rear lot, special permit for a rear lot.
Can you send that to us?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Can we also get a status on what the building department is doing and what Concom is doing and what the DPW is doing?
Yes.
That'd be
That
great.
way we can have
Thank
an
you.
answer.
Hi, can I go?
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thanks for listening, and thanks, Matt, I'm Matt's neighbor. My name is Nitin Puri. This is my first time here, so please bear with me. I'm the owner of 342 Boston Road. That's downstream. 342, and that's downstream from 348 now. And I've lived in the property for about 13 years. I've never had water in my basement, ever. Just for some clarification, there is a culvert that goes through the street, the drain, and the water goes through my property, but the town has padded that with rocks and other things. It doesn't get cleaned often, which might be another issue, but the water goes through there usually. But since the construction started, of course, Matt's yard has been flooded. That water also eroded, the last storm that we have eroded the sidewalk, and all the water came into my property, and my basement was flooded with 2 sump pumps working at the same time. So I did go talk to the builder. I think he temporarily fixed it. But I think what my concern is, with, like what Evan, thanks for clarifying, in future, before we issue, this site is done and the property is sold, one worry is that I hope this doesn't continue. My back is the conservation land, and it's full of wetlands as well, and that has also gone up quite a bit, the water. So which I'm like, that water is starting to seep into my yard a lot more. So I'm getting these issues, and I want to just bring that up. Similar to Matt's issue, water in the yard, water in my basement. So right now it's stopped because I think they had these huge machines, and they put like some big bolts, some things that the water is not coming on the street. But what else that is doing is the drain is getting overflooded.
Okay.
So
You know what,
just be
the
mindful,
drain
so-
and the water isn't really our jurisdiction at all, much. I mean, I think that there's definitely some issues that we have
Got it.
brought to the
Okay.
fore and that we're going to investigate.
Okay, all right. So I just want to bring that, so it's related to the
Yeah.
construction. So
Thank
just,
you.
All right, thank you so much.
I don't know if this is a good time to bring this up. My name is Doreen Deschler. I live on Sunny Circle. I have kind of good news. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of this grocery store called Aldi's. It's a discount grocery store. They're planning on building a bunch of new stores. I was wondering if maybe we could try to get a hold of the corporate office and offer one of our buildings on 129 to them. It would be a good
I
idea.
think that might be a great thing to discuss with the Lisa
Malone.
Mulroney, who does
Yeah.
corporate outreach.
That's
We-
her job.
Okay, all right, yeah.
She's definitely the one to talk.
Yeah, because we just,
Okay.
we just got word that they're going to be building a bunch of new stores, and I think it would be a great fit for Chelmsford, and it would help get something over here going.
Is there anything else, anything on Zoom for public input?
No.
Okay. It's 7:15, and next up, we have administrative review for a minor modification for 66 Parkhurst Road. Request for a minor mod for previously approved minor site plan.
While the applicant's getting set up, you may recall that this was in front of you not too long ago. And this is a modification to change what you previously approved
Right.
slightly, but many of the elements of the project will be the same.
Sure. You can stand there. Just speak up, or maybe pull the microphone forward.
Okay, good evening, Jim Cranston with Bowler Engineering. We were here before you back in January for a minor site plan approval. The design at that time was based on some assumed grades over on that side of the property. Turns out after doing further survey, that the grades are more excessive than we anticipated. So the ramp that was designed by the architectural team actually would not comply with code. So in order to address that, there's no way to regrade that side of the property. It's about a 5% grade change along the entire side. So what we've done is we've modified the location of the ramp system and the door exit for the associates to bring the pickup goods to the customers. You may recall that the ramp used to be here. It's now on the other corner of the building. So it still works operationally. It's still within a paved area. We're not changing the pavement area. It still provides clear access. The fire department is okay with it.
Watch your shirt.
Oh. What's that sound? So there were no staff comments, and it's, again, just a minor change to the prior plan.
So the ramp is in the front?
From them?
Sorry, you said the ramp is in the front?
In that little passageway. It's still in the back of the
You know,
building,
between
it's just around the other corner.
Oh, between that little
Where you
alleyway?
walk-
Yeah,
yeah,
yes,
yeah.
yes. Okay, thank you.
It's really
I'm
supposed to
sorry,
be
where?
just for fire vehicles.
You
right?
know where you walk to the building, in that corner?
There were several letters that were issued. There are actually links to all the letters in the agenda. And nobody had any comments. DPW, we've since satisfied the DPW conditions since then, so they're now satisfied.
I had asked fire prevention specifically to look at this because that space in between the two buildings, I thought was a fire lane to some extent.
That's all it is.
But fire prevention, I believe, wrote a clean letter.
Yeah.
My only recommendation, there are bollards that stop around the corner and then near the fire hydrant. My only suggestion would be to continue it all the way down so that cars can't either accidentally or intentionally go into that area and hit someone.
So along here,
Yeah,
to the associates. Okay.
or at least to the fire hydrant.
Okay. That's easy.
I think it would probably only be 1 or 2, 3 at the most.
Got it. We can do that.
Okay, I'll take a motion.
I'll give you a motion if you'd like.
Or it's administrative review, we still have to vote. Okay,
Okay, and I guess I'm moving to grant the request for the minor mod to the minor site.
Second?
with the stipulation that Chris made.
Yes.
Yes, with the stipulation that Chris made.
I'll second.
And can you articulate the stipulation that Chris made into the,
Yeah, add approximately 3 more bollards to continue down to protect the associate area to the fire hydrant.
perfect. Sorry. Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
thank you. All right, so we still are a little remarkably 10 minutes ahead of schedule. I don't think we want to start Hildreth. And everything else is continued until
You want to do those continuances?
Central Square.
Yeah,
we can do the
yeah,
continu-
we
good
should
point.
do the continuances, and I think there's some comments
Yep,
that will get made.
okay. So, first is the,
70?
270. Yep.
270 was, at your last meeting, was already continued to
Right.
the 27th.
But I think
Oh, so we don't
should-
need to continue that.
we should probably mention at
Yes.
least that the DEP has gotten interested, amazingly enough. They woke up and are looking at this and have apparently are looking for additional sampling and certainly additional wells. So the best I think we could say is stay tuned.
Interesting.
Yeah, very interesting indeed.
All right. Next up,
Yeah, okay, so that
93.
doesn't need a motion,
we don't need a motion for that.
right, but we do for 93.
But 93 Brick Hill Road, we have a request for continuation. Do we have a date for that to be continued till in their request, or are we
I
gonna
believe so.
give one?
To the 27th.
Okay. Does it fit on the 27th? We'll potentially have to wrap up MBTA if need be, and then also we have the 270, but maybe that's going to be further continued if DEP is going to be involved. What else do we have on the 27th?
There's no new hearings that I'm aware of, so it will fit to the extent that,
We close things out tonight.
or that you allow, you allow time, you manage how
That's fine.
long each agenda item.
So it sounds like that could work for the 27th. So let's do,
Will
take a
there,
motion.
Will their LSP be there?
I move to,
Well, the LSP can be, I can pass that request on. This is all going to be dependent upon, I think, how far their engagement gets with the Water District and Board of Health.
yeah,
Who, DEPs?
No, the applicant for 93
Brick
Brink Hill.
Brick Hill.
Oh,
That also, I've sent emails out to you, but
Right.
that also, the Board of Health process has also identified some contamination. The extent and what it means
remediation.
remains a little cloudy at this point.
But I think
so-
also there's also a very good chance that we may want to revisit the stormwater with that knowledge.
Yeah. But I think it's incumbent upon their team to further
Yep.
characterize so that it makes some sense.
I
It's
agree.
not clear that it makes sense to anybody right now.
So right now, we're just.
We're just
pushing it
waiting.
to the 27th,
Yep.
and then we'll wait.
Correct.
All right.
So
We just need a motion on that.
motion to continue 93 Brick Hill until the next meeting, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, the 27th.
27th.
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Next, we have 191 Chelmsford Street, the car wash. Requesting a continuance also to the 27th? Evan?
Yes, I did receive a formal request, so that is being requested to the 27th.
Okay,
And for the board's reminder, we are waiting on the traffic peer review to be submitted.
Right.
So we've got 270,
I'll
93, and the car 191.
Okay, so
I'll take a
I'll move that we
motion.
continue 191 Chelmsford until the 27th.
I'll second that.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. And it's still a little before 7 of. Do we want to talk about any either liaison updates or annual goals and objectives?
Yeah, I can talk about the conservation meeting. Let's find my notes. So they had 191 Chelmsford Street present to them. Peter gave some input on the O&M. I also, he sent that to me as well, so I'm going to start looking through it for the next meeting. There was a lot of discussion on Hildreth. And I can talk about some of those updates in our meeting as well.
Did they have an updated plan? Did they present an updated plan to? the
Yes, they did.
Concom?
Yeah,
But we have not received an updated
It
plan.
was a partial plan,
it was a partial
Partial
plan,
plan.
yeah.
not complete.
Okay.
In the car wash, they were talking about test pits, maybe,
Well, that was brought
Monitor-
up, but
to monitor for PFAS.
I don't think it's, yeah. Peter suggested it, but I'm not sure it's gonna happen.
He wasn't aware of what the planning board was aware of
Yeah.
related to the applicant committing to.
That's
no-
fine, but they can change their product. He made a very good point. And,
Yeah, but there can be special conditions in both decisions.
Yeah, that's why I
but
asked.
who's gonna monitor it, though? That's
Right.
the issue I see, so.
But it was also, I think, described that it's a closed system. The
For the
car,
most
the
part,
car
yeah.
wash discharge
Right.
is going to the sanitary sewer, not to the stormwater.
Right. And he did say by the time the car comes out, it's dried and
Yeah,
everything.
yeah.
so.
I think Peter, he asked a question, I think he got a,
Yeah, I think he had the same question we had when we asked it in
Exactly.
our meeting,
Yep.
so.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
All right, anyone else?
And I attended the Board of Health meeting. And
Could you figure out what's going on?
eventually, well, that's kind of funny, actually. Well, it's kind of funny and kind of not. The 93 Brick Kiln was there to talk to the question of the hydrogeo study, and they weren't used to the way the Board of Health runs their meeting. And the meeting was over before they realized it, and they were looking at me with these stunned looks like, well, when do we get to talk? I'm like, I'm sorry, the meeting's over. But in any case, so the residents of Hildreth voiced a number of concerns they had directly to the Board of Health. And then also afterwards, I asked Donna Greenwood if she would coordinate with Evan about getting us the results of the hydrogeo study. And then other than that, I think as, Evan has expressed in his emails, I think developing a better coordination with them would be a good thing to do, and just exactly how we do that, I don't know. But until then, I'll keep attending the meetings and so forth. So.
And just on the hydrogeo study, the Conservation Commission is looking for that as well, so if you could,
there's some confusion as to whether one actually exists
They
or
said
was
it-
submitted.
They said last night it absolutely exists. I heard him say
Okay.
that.
And it
Did you?
shouldn't be too difficult to
Didn't you hear that? Chris?
Locate.
track down and
they
provide.
think it does.
I mean, I don't get it.
Okay. I know it's been requested. And that's not what is forwarded.
Okay.
Okay,
And just one from Madam Chair, just for Housing Advisory Board. So at a previous meeting, a LIP project, a smaller scale, so-called friendly 40B project was discussed for 243 Riverneck Road. This will likely, just kind of a stay tuned, this will likely come up at a future select board meeting. This is the property, just to orient everyone. It's a house that has like yellow tape around it across from Forest Street. The proposal's for 23 units. It'd be 7 4-bedroom single-family homes, then 16 2-bedroom townhouses. So just kind of a stay tuned. That will likely be discussed at a future select board meeting. And the next Housing Advisory Board meeting will be next week on March 19th, I believe.
Correct.
That's the old Princeton property project. that
Correct.
People remember.
the one that had the turtles.
Turtles. Salamanders, those old flipping logs looking for salamanders.
So not a liaison report, but I think the town manager's office emailed the chair
Yeah, I just.
about
sorry.
the April meeting. Initially, if you recall, planning board had canceled your meeting of the April 24th to attend pre-town meeting.
Right.
The email that came from the town manager's office was offering to schedule a pre-town meeting to Thursday, the 25th. So they're looking for the planning board to indicate your preference as to whether you would like to have your regular meeting on the 24th and then attend pre-town meeting, or if you want to stick with attending pre-town meeting as originally scheduled for the 24th.
First of all, for clarification, I thought we decided we would have our meeting either whatever, before or after. And like we would have a shorter meeting, but not, I didn't remember that we
Okay,
canceled it.
I think I recall some of that.
Yeah. I actually couldn't be there on Thursday, but could be there on Wednesday. But, I mean,
I like the idea of canceling the Wednesday and doing pre-town meeting personally, but,
Yeah, we're gonna be in front of the town talking about,
yeah.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of 2 nights in a row,
yeah, I get it.
plus my Conservation Commission meeting the night before that.
so I'll respond to him, or do you want to respond to him that we'll keep it on Wednesday? If that's okay with him?
Do you guys have a preference as to whether it's pre-town meeting is Wednesday or Thursday?
Wednesday.
Wednesday.
Okay, you prefer Wednesday, okay. So your message back to town manager's office is keep it for Wednesday.
Wednesday.
And you'll
Yeah.
cancel your meeting.
Yes.
Okay.
Or do it around that? I mean, we might do it in a different room if there is such a thing at
Yeah, if there's a need.
police station, if there's a need.
If there's a need,
Because
sure.
he'll be doing us, I mean, we're gonna be on the agenda for second night of town meeting. So all the other stuff, the budget stuff will all come
Yeah,
before he
my-
gets to MBTA.
The way it's been explained to me is that I think it's anticipated that the MBTA is really the focus of town meeting.
The second night.
It will start the second night,
And
but
it'll
for
be the
purposes of
First agenda.
but for purposes of pre-town meeting, that's likely one of the few articles that will garner or generate any significant conversation.
Discussion,
Right.
yeah. Okay.
My only other thing is, you weren't here last week, or last time, and I know you watched the meeting, but I had brought up about the ADUs, about the planning board reaching out to other communities.
I just got something about that today.
I believe the manager's office sent an email to the chair of the
Oh,
planning board,
Sorry.
inviting the chair to an upcoming select board meeting. And I
Or
believe,
general meeting of stakeholders to
yeah,
discuss
and
that.
I believe that same email went out to the chairs of the ZBA and the Housing Advisory Board. It's not clear to me,
He was looking for representation, and I think
he
it's the 28th.
You sent it to all of us, actually.
I think it was to everybody.
I figured I'd probably,
I made it to the meeting yesterday with the state rep.
yeah.
Oh, good.
We were very well represented. Paul was there,
the 25th, is that the
three
date?
select people.
I don't know.
And
I'll tell you in a
myself.
minute.
Yeah. 25th, 6 o'clock.
My request is more to make sure we inform other communities of this bill, like more, like not necessarily whether we're against it, for, or whatever. I just think it's important that we inform the communities in the Commonwealth that this bill is out there.
I think every
I
community,
think
from what
they
I
all know
understand, has their own NEMCOG helping them with this. Is that right?
But this wasn't on NEMCOG's agenda, like, they didn't bring it
Is
up.
that- is that how it
Another
works?
representative brought it up.
I think at Monday night select board's meeting, the select board wanted to invite
It is statewide, you're right.
local stakeholders in an effort to come to some sort of unified conceptual position. But it also was stated that the select board may ask MMA, which would speak to your kind of statewide
Yeah.
notification.
Yeah, I want it just from a notification perspective, not necessarily a statement perspective, that, like, other communities are notified, because, again, I think it's one of those things that if you're not paying attention, you don't know about it. And I just don't want another MBTA. This is actually a lot worse than the MBTA coming up.
So maybe we attend the meeting on the 25th and then see what comes out of it. Maybe it can be a wider communication
Right.
than just the planning board to other planning boards. Maybe it could be town to town or
Yeah, but I
select
think it's,
boards to select boards.
yeah, I do think it's really important.
Okay. So I'm going to try and go to the meeting on the 25th as well. If a number of us go to it, even though it's not a planning board meeting, do we need to,
What's your thought on that?
If you're going to speak, yes.
But you'd be speaking as individuals, not as planning board members, because the planning board wouldn't have discussed it prior to.
If there's a quorum of the board there and they're going to be
All right, so then
participating
I will-
in discussion, you
I'll
should
post it as a planning
Why
board
don't we-
meeting.
why
We
don't
just have
we-
one representative. or
Why can't we
whatever.
just have them, why don't we just do like a,
What's
like
the
we do a
maximum
tri-board meeting,
representatives we
and just
should
that
send?
way we have
Less
it
than a
at the,
quorum.
like,
Yeah.
can we ask
Three.
the select board?
Great, so I'm good, I don't need to go.
I'm willing to be there, because I
Like, can we go back to the select board and ask them to do like a tri-board meeting, so that way we can all participate and talk about it, or do like even maybe a different day for this specific topic?
You could, maybe that's a request at the 25th?
Or, I mean, we've got a select board liaison here, can we ask her to bring it back to the select board? Or is that the next meeting, the 25th, is that their next meeting?
Yeah, come on.
here comes Virginia.
She was at the meeting yesterday, too.
She's a select board member, yeah. Oh, she was
At
at the other,
gym-
okay,
The
sorry.
gym site, the NEMCOG site.
Hi, Virginia Timmons. I'm on the Select Board. The conversation that we had at our last meeting was whether we want to communicate something going forward to our legislators or to the MMA. and kind of raise awareness of what our concerns or our support might be for the town of Chelmsford. We didn't really draw a conclusion. My personal concern with delaying that conversation past the 25th is that the timeline is ticking where this is getting pushed through the legislative cycle.
Right.
It's already been approved by the Joint Committee on Housing, and they, Jim Arciero has said outright, I understand that we may be putting amendments into it, but they have to keep it moving. So if we are on our own timeline, scheduling tri-boards and things like that, I think we don't want to delay at least this initial discussion. If a quorum of the planning board wants to come to the select board, personally, I don't see an issue with that. Evan can post an agenda that just says a quorum might be there and you're covered.
Okay.
So I don't think it has to be a different kind of posting.
Yep. Okay.
And the board's discussion was to invite the chairs at minimum, and I don't really feel I have any authority to override that discussion, so.
Yeah,
I would hold it till the
understanding
25th and take it from there, and then just have Evan post an agenda for you guys if you think you'll have more than a quorum.
We might well.
I won't be able to make it, so, but if everyone else is.
Okay. Let's proceed with the MBTA, it being now after 7 o'clock. So, we're gonna reopen the public hearing, continued public hearing, on the MBTA Community Multifamily Overlay District zoning for the purpose of receiving public input to amend the Town Code, Chapter 195 zoning bylaw by adopting a new district. 2 overlay districts are proposed. One is located in the UMass West area, including, I'm not going to read the parcels, but it's basically UMass and Windermere and River Meadow. Meadowwood, sorry. Drawing a blank. And also an area on 110, including properties, I guess I will read them. Parcel ID, map 92, block 320, lots 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Purpose of the zoning overlay is to allow multifamily housing as of right in accordance with Section 3A of the Zoning Act, Massachusetts General Law 48. So, we had posted on our agenda the actual warrant article that contains the actual zoning district bylaw, and also we had feedback from the EOHLC, the Equal Opportunity Housing and Living Communities Department, is that right?
Unimportant. HLC for short.
HLC. And they gave us some feedback with some minor corrections, which we implemented. There's, the edits are on the warrant article as posted to our agenda, and then there was also a follow-up email that they hadn't
So
completed.
Kelly's here, maybe,
Oh.
maybe she could walk through
Yeah,
the HLC
Perfect.
comments and how NIMCOG is suggesting to
edit.
address them. And then, obviously, Paul Haverty Council is here. Several of the bullets from HLC spoke directly to council's involvement.
Right. Perfect.
Hi, Kelly, go ahead.
I haven't seen Paul in a while, so it's nice to see
He
you.
mentioned.
I know, and I haven't seen you in person, and I don't think ever. It's always been over Zoom. So thank you for inviting me here tonight. I just wanted to run through a few of the changes that were suggested by HLC, which is the Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities. Most of the comments were all minor. I think that's the first thing to note. And some of them were actually things that could be addressed in the compliance model and don't need to require changes in the language that was submitted for the warrant. So I'll just run through them really quick. The first one is regarding I think, a simple text error regarding allowing multifamily units, and we just needed to clarify, in the draft zoning amendment, we had said that it would allow multifamily units, dwellings of greater than 3 units, and we just clarified that it is 3 or more units. So that is a change. If you look at page 9 of the warrant, that is a change that can be fixed under section 195, 169 allowed uses, by just changing the text under multifamily dwellings. So you can just strike greater than 3 dwelling units. And then and then under section 195-170, under design and development standards, you can again change that you can just strike with more than 3 units, just so it ends at multifamily development, thereby clarifying that that definition of multifamily is consistent with the state's definition in section 3A of the law.
Mhm.
Any questions about that one? Okay.
I guess I have just a minor question, which is that there was earlier red line strikes in the actual warrant article that had to do with the same issue of 3 versus greater than or equal to 3. Is there any, I assume we're also going to implement those minor changes? I mean, wasn't there a couple in the,
That might have been an earlier version
oh, really?
that you were looking at,
Okay.
because a clean version went to the state for review.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought there was like a couple other places where that happened, and you just struck some things out.
Yes, that's what we did in the text that was submitted as part of that was the most current
Yeah.
iteration
Okay.
of the
All right.
amendment, so that's
fine.
what we wanted to use. Any other questions on that? Okay. The second one was regarding section 195, or it was about recreation and open space, and some questions. This was really about the compliance model. So this second comment from HLC can be addressed by toggling a box in the compliance model. Mike Asciola, our senior housing and land use planner, worked with the state just to confirm that that is okay. Nothing has to change in the zoning bylaw. It was just a matter of checking a box that we're just confirming that we are qualified to check that box based on the way that the bylaw is written, which the state has confirmed that that is okay.
And that didn't impact anything with the modeling? Or
It did not.
Okay.
It did not. The third comment was reviewing site plan review, and I did review this against the state model bylaw, and that is actually what informed the draft language here. I also referred to the language that is in your existing zoning bylaw, 195-104 site plan review. I defer to Paul on this. I have my own thoughts, but I don't believe there is any conflict.
I don't think there's a conflict either. The only suggestion that I made is that we may want to make a specific reference to section 195-104C subsection 1, which is for site plan review for uses that are allowed as of right. And then contrast that against section 195-104C2, which is for site plan review for special permits and variances. So that would not be applicable. So I think if we make that clarification, it should address this
So
question.
those clarifications are within the zoning bylaw, correct? Would that be able to be added within the 4 corners of the current warrant article?
Yes.
I believe that's actually in the warrant article right now, on page 13 of the warrant.
Okay. Oh, so you're suggesting that the bylaw, the proposed bylaw, not the existing site plan bylaw, but the...
Correct.
Okay, the MBTA zoning bylaw.
Right,
Okay.
just reference.
Okay. And that's essentially belts and suspenders.
Yep.
Okay,
We're
Yeah,
a big fan of that.
yes.
And in the process of drafting this, we did really look through closely at site plan review to make sure that it was clear that it is site plan review for by right uses. And that is already a section that exists in your zoning bylaw, and so this is just making sure that that reference is very clear.
Mhm.
And then I believe the fourth change was regarding exempting the district from special permit requirements. In particular, Article 10, sorry, I'm really bad with Roman numerals. Article 10, earth removal, they don't teach those in school. Article 14, Aquifer Protection District, and Article 15, Floodplain District. So those are changes that we just recommend clarifying very specifically under the proposed Section 195-168, Establishment and Applicability. And so we're recommending that you add to subsection C1. This includes all special permit standards and requirements of the following articles, and then refer to those 3 sections.
Okay.
Paul, you want to add to that one?
I think it addresses the question. We're specifically stating that those particular special permit provisions are not required.
And just to add some flavor to that, Chris and I had a conversation earlier. If you recall, when the board finalized the sub-districts and was drafting the regulation, there was some quick discussion about these provisions and why they could be exempted specifically for MBTA zoning. And just to refresh your memory, the earth removal bylaw would only come into play if there wasn't an associated development permit. So because any MBTA zoning would trigger site plan approval, anything under earth removal would be covered under site plan review and approval. Aquifer protection, Windermere is entirely within the Aquifer Protection District, and a small portion of Meadowwood is within aquifer protection. But if you recall, the only provision that would likely be triggered would be the lot coverage. And lot coverage is directly related to compliance with stormwater. Site plan review covers stormwater. And the third one, floodplain, none of the proposed districts have any floodplain. So I think just based upon the specific locations and the bylaw as drafted, the planning board is not forgoing their authority to review compliance with stormwater.
I'm sorry, I don't understand the aquifer protection distinction you're drawing. Can you say that again?
So the Aquifer Protection District triggers a variety of special permits. The one that's most likely to be triggered would be lot coverage over 15%, which is common. Almost every development triggers that lot coverage special permit within the Aquifer Protection District. The Aquifer Protection Bylaw specifically says that the review and approval criteria for lot coverage is the stormwater regulations.
Which are not being exempted.
Correct, because stormwater regulations are already embedded within site plan
Right.
review.
Okay, got it.
If the district locations changed, then these exemptions would need to be revisited. For example, Riverneck or UPS.
Okay.
I, for one, don't particularly like that, and for the reason that the Aquifer Protection District bylaw with the lot coverage was put into place for a reason. And essentially what we're saying is, well, whatever the reason was that we put into place, we don't think that we feel like that reason is worth upholding in this case. So, I mean, I understand what you're saying, and that's a fairly reasonable argument, but nonetheless, the fact that we would forego normally our rights to examine something under the Aquifer Protection District bylaw, to me seems like something I wouldn't want to do unless I absolutely had to. That one I don't care for.
What's the legal solution?
Yeah, well.
And so what EOHLC indicated is if they are applicable, the unit capacity of any parcels within the district may need to be adjusted. So that's sort of the conflict that you're
And so-
going to run into, is you may need to
Add more
include
property.
additional area.
And if you recall,
If that gets adjusted.
as part of the board's discussion on dimensional standards, we did not determine the need to regulate lot coverage. Correct? We don't regulate lot coverage.
Right, because you do have significant standards regarding frontage, setbacks, et cetera. We did look at this a little bit, and one of the things that you would, as an alternative, that you could consider doing is increasing in that particular, like create a sub-district there, increasing the height to 4 stories. And then therefore your unit capacity for the overall sub-district would still be the same. You have the challenge now where you've done all the noticing for a map change requirement. I'm not sure, outside of changing some of the dimensional requirements in the draft zoning, that you really have any flexibility to add or subtract
Is
parcels from this.
there a way to write this where the lot coverage provisions are able to be reviewed, you just cannot apply the special permit provision? Or is the problem that the lot coverage is specific to 15%? And that may be in conflict with these dimensional standards.
Got a question to me?
That's to you.
I mean, you can certainly draft some language that puts provision into your site plan review requirements that the lot coverage be addressed. The issue is going to be that can't be a discretionary permit. It has to be an as-of-right permit. So under the standard for site plan review, the only way that you can deny a site plan review is if there is a problem so intractable that no set of conditions can cure the problem. It's a much looser standard than the discretionary standard under a special permit. So I don't know that you're necessarily going to be able to get there through changing your site plan review requirements if your intent really is to have that discretionary review
I mean, it's
authority.
basically set up to not have us have that discretionary.
Well, as currently written, we've talked about this with council and Hildreth and other projects, as currently written, while it triggers a special permit in the use table, it also specifically says if it complies with stormwater, it's deemed compliant, satisfied. So it's kind of a hybrid by right, but not really.
I mean, so
I mean, most-
essentially, yeah, you can exceed 15% lot coverage.
I mean, by
in an
definition,
aquifer
most
frontage.
multifamilies exceed 15%, just by the nature of what they are.
I believe the current development there probably also exceeds 15% lot coverage. It's just that it would require additional discretionary review, which is not allowed under Section 3A.
And certainly you can have a provision that requires compliance with DEP stormwater management.
Which we do within site plan.
Right, so it gets you there anyways.
Yeah, and I agree with that, and I understand that. It's just that, I mean, essentially what we're doing is we're saying, yeah, we're willing to forego our usual, discretion that we have, that we put into play, that this town put into place through a bylaw and was voted on by town meeting. So here we're voting in a bylaw, and so I understand that we may make that compromise. But I don't want to do it because we feel like, well, it's all the same anyway. I think it would be to acknowledge that, yes, we are giving up some of our discretion and we're willing to do it for this purpose. But I don't want to get on the slippery slope of saying, well, because it's covered under site plan review, we don't really need to apply the aquifer protection bylaw, because if we do, then we'll start applying that in other places too, and I do not want to do that. That's a very valuable bylaw, and I think we want to hang on to it as much as we can. And if we're going to concede it, we're going to acknowledge that we're conceding it and why.
Yeah, I think.
Joel, don't
good
forget, none of this bylaw is something we want to be doing
No,
anyway.
I understand that. I understand that. I also understand that it's been very likely not to happen.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, I think what I'm more concerned about is to walk away with the sort of rationale of, well, we don't necessarily have to apply the bylaw because it's covered under something else.
And I apologize if that's, I totally agree with you. If it wasn't for MBTA zoning, I don't think this concept ever would have been introduced.
All right, thank you.
Trying to figure out a way to comply.
Okay. Well, it seems like we're all on the same page about that. Okay,
Thank you, Kelly.
Yeah, you're welcome.
so,
So do we want to go to the PowerPoint that's been revised?
sure. I mean, maybe
or-
first we
or-
should we agree, should we discuss those changes if we want to further and maybe consider a motion to adopt those changes?
I don't think we have a choice.
And I honestly don't think that most of these are consequential enough. I mean, the big consequential piece of this is far broader than these little details.
Right. Nina? Anything? No?
No, nothing.
John?
No comments on the changes?
No comments.
You're just so the public is aware, you're just referring to the
changes.
the HLC
Yes.
recommended,
Document.
yeah,
Right.
Yeah, those 4 changes.
right.
from the
I-
HLC.
Plus the one, the belts and suspenders that Paul
I
mentioned.
would move that we adopt them.
I'll second that.
Yeah.
Okay, all in favor?
So
Aye.
Aye.
I'll incorporate those in to the working final
Yep.
proposal.
Okay,
Okay.
and then if we could have the public, if you're gonna have your own conversations, if you could take them into a different space, please, that'd be great. We're having a meeting.
So do you want to transition to the PowerPoint, or?
Well, there were no updates to the PowerPoint. But I would want to reiterate some of the points from the PowerPoint. I did meet with the Windermere Board and a small group of the Meadowood residents to reiterate some of these points as well since the last meeting. But essentially, to reiterate, the topic of eminent domain has come up repeatedly. And as we pointed out in the last meeting, it is an unlikely scenario. I can't imagine that the state would have gone through this entire process to then take land by eminent domain when they could have done it at the very beginning. Also, there are 177 communities in the state in this category, so they would have to significantly have a lot of overhead for the state to do that.
And they likely wouldn't zone right in on us.
Yeah, and
Correct.
can we, since we have Paul here about the eminent domain, isn't there, can you maybe talk about eminent domain, just so we have it about what the state can and can't take, and,
They could take
Sure,
anything.
so there has to be a legitimate public purpose for a state or a municipality to take property via eminent domain. The Kelo decision addressed this. It was an issue in Connecticut where there was a town that was doing an economic redevelopment project, and they took private property via eminent domain to basically turn over to a developer to develop a project that the town thought would be economically beneficial to the town. That went all the way up to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court upheld that as a legitimate use of the eminent domain power. There was a lot of backlash to that decision. A lot of municipalities changed their state laws to prohibit that sort of taking. Massachusetts has not. So that is still a legitimate action that could be taken by a municipality or a state. But again, anytime that eminent domain is used, they have to pay the fair market value of the
but
property.
isn't it for economic development, not for housing, right? I thought there was a case study that actually said that they can't take it for housing, but they can take it for, like an economic commerce, like something that's,
I mean, I think that they're.
Has it ever
they're
happened in Massachusetts?
Intrinsically combined.
Okay.
The development of housing is directly related to economic development. I don't think that that's a distinction that a court would find. But again, they have to pay the full fair market value. And when you're talking about properties that are already developed, already have an existing use that is a valid, viable, continuing use, the likelihood of that ever happening is minuscule.
Has it ever happened in Massachusetts that you know of?
No, not that I'm aware of. I mean, so there have been situations where property has been taken by economic development companies via eminent domain for economic development. It has happened, it does happen, but, you know, they're required to make a determination that those properties are blighted. I don't think that we have anywhere in the areas that are being designated as MBTA districts blighted properties. I don't think that there's any realistic chance anytime in the near future of the town, or more likely the state, devoting the type of economic resources that would be necessary in order to do that sort of a taking. I don't think that you would be able to show, you know, that there was a need for it. I just don't think that there's a real legitimate concern that this is going to happen, certainly not in Chelmsford. There may be other towns where, or cities in which MBTA community locations are identified that perhaps are actually blighted, in that an eminent domain process may make sense, and maybe the state would get involved in that. But it would take, I think, some very, very unique circumstances where they would feel that there was a value to taking the property, paying the fair market value for it, and moving forward with a development, and I don't see any likelihood of that happening.
And that would be likely only if the town or municipality is not complying, because if they're complying, then there's no reason for the state to take it over.
I don't see any evidence that the state has any desire to spend money to create this housing that's being required by the statute. I think it's at this point in time, it's strictly a zoning question. They want to require the rezonings to happen, and there's no plan for them to spend money to actually make the housing get constructed.
Let me ask another question. I'm a little confused as how MBTA and eminent domain are even related. That is, completely without the MBTA statutes or changes or anything, if the state had the power to take a particular area for economic development, it could do it whether or not MBTA existed.
Correct.
So MBTA is a completely separate issue from eminent domain. They're utterly unrelated. At least that's what I'm proposing.
I mean, my presumption is that there is a fear that once certain areas are rezoned, that there is going to be an attempt to exercise eminent domain to take those properties and develop them consistent with the rezoning.
Right, but if the state were crazy enough to do that, they could do it without the MBTA zoning being in place.
Or they could pass legislation.
Or they could pass more legislation, but it wouldn't be related in the least to the MBTA zoning itself.
Yeah, I just don't think the state has the extra funds to do something
No,
like
they
this.
don't.
I mean, it's if you look at what we're proposing in terms of, they'd cost $170 million to do that at today's market value, and that's probably low.
That's just one town.
One town.
Yeah.
Yeah, with the deficit that they have, I don't think they have I just don't see them ever doing this.
They probably don't even have the political appetite.
No,
I mean,
I'm sure they don't.
this is all
Because, I
dollars
mean,
and
if you
cents,
look
it just
back
doesn't
on-
make sense.
Again, there may be locations
Right, with
in
the
the
support
state,
of a local municipality.
Yeah.
right, and where it makes sense to do that, and there actually is a legitimate economic opportunity where there is value in doing that, but it wouldn't be in a town like Chelmsford. It's going to be someplace where there actually is a blighted area.
Which may or may not be in an MBTA district.
Separate question, but yes.
There were a couple other things that I wanted to highlight. The other concern that we heard last meeting was property values decreasing. And there is a letter from the Board of Assessors attached to our agenda this week that does address that topic, and that it is unlikely to decrease property values. So that was another concern that came up. And I think those are really the highlights of the meetings. People did voice concerns. I did try and talk to the residents about the process that we went through again, and talked about a lot of the points that we brought up.
So just to clarify, you met with,
I met with the Windermere Board and a group of Meadowood residents.
Was there any engagement with anyone on Littleton?
Woodcrest?
No,
Okay,
in both cases, they reached out to me.
okay. I think, because I know that at one point,
Spoke to Judy Carvin, who
Okay.
lives on 110. She was going to reach out to me, but I haven't heard back from
oh,
her.
okay.
If
Alright.
there, we want, she said, say that some people did have some concerns. There was also, I think we got an email that someone had brought up, their concern as to why there is a need for housing, why aren't we looking at it? Why aren't we using this opportunity to use the MBTA to look
The
at
other
areas?
side, the other side.
The other
Yeah.
side, right? And just so everybody's, just to reiterate, the reason why we're not using MBTA is because if we want to address that, we want to control it as the town of Chelmsford. Like, the MBTA has very strict rules, so there's only so much we can do. If we want to address additional housing in Chelmsford, we want to be able to have that flexibility to do it in a manner that fits our town, with, whether it's height, number of units in a particular area. So that's why we did not take this opportunity with the MBTA to do that.
It did bring it to the forefront that we started looking at every property in Chelmsford.
And along those lines, we identified several areas that we thought might be worthwhile looking at to develop, or to consider development of, and most of them were areas that we wanted to do retail or commercial on the ground floor potentially, and housing on the second and maybe third floor. And we have had a few articles come before town meeting about the kind of the village areas, and there was a member today, I think, of North Chelmsford who asked that we look at North Chelmsford as a village area that would be amenable to maybe an overlay district with looking at kind of village redevelopment with retail on the first floor. And I think that's kind of been identified as a priority by this board as something that we want to look at, the areas that we could kind of tighten up or re-look at the overlay districts that we have, and maybe think about, for instance, if Vinyl Square is not included, what areas that aren't included that we might want to include, and yet have more ability to regulate that without having to give over to a.
Or instead of having like 15 units per,
Right.
Yeah, have a lower
a
density.
lower
density,
density, or, again, we want to be the
missing
state-
middle, the missing middle
right.
of what we're talking
There's certainly opportunities, and we will continue to look at all the areas for that, but we just, this just tied our hands too much to take this, to use the MBTA to do that. And we just felt that it would be too detrimental to the town and the citizens of this town at this point.
Especially where we're
Because that would be
lacking
promoting
capacity.
development.
Yeah.
We're really not promoting development right now. We're checking boxes for the state, is the way I look at it.
Yeah. Okay, so I guess now we're at the point of opening up to the public, if there's nothing else that anyone else wants to say at the outset. And so we'll open it up to public comment on the MBTA. And, I wasn't here last week. I was unfortunately, or fortunately, on a trip of a lifetime. But I did watch the meeting, and I would just like to say that I'm going to request, as there was quite an abundance of people who wanted to speak, and I'd like to give everyone the opportunity who wants to speak, but I'd ask that you be concise and not repeating the same point that your previous speakers have made. And also, first of all, identify yourself by name and address.
Hello, I'm Christopher Zarowski, Woodcrest Condominiums. I'm not speaking on behalf of the association, I'm just an owner. I'll try, as you say, not to repeat what was remarked upon before, which was the meeting of the 28th. I have a slightly different concern. Your intention is to comply with the letter of the law without actually promoting real development. in the case of ruling out what I might call legitimate developers, that's probably a good theory, but I think there could be unscrupulous developers that might capitalize on the situation somehow. I've used my imagination as to how somebody who has a nefarious purpose might try to leverage things. It's kind of convoluted, admittedly, but then unscrupulous people have their own motivations. So that's why I don't really like this proposal. It's not the eminent domain thing, it's just unscrupulous developers trying to leverage themselves into the situation. I think, broadly speaking, if you create a space that doesn't allow legitimate development, by default you're creating an opening for illegitimate developers. And I don't know if there are defense mechanisms to prevent that, some sort of procedure to vet developers to make sure that they're legit and they're not trying to screw people out of their homes. So that's it.
Well, we don't imagine anyone being screwed out of their homes.
Michael Fulton, 8 Muirfield Way in the Windermere Complex. I'm not speaking for the board, but I am essentially in a butter to Meadowwood and the UMass Lowell property from either my kitchen window or the sink window, whatever. So I had several concerns. I have 4 now that I just listened to the discussion about. You get into, talked about the board has developed this strategy that they think is going to comply with the law, yet we won't have to build anything. I'm not so sure how the governor feels about that or all the rest of the people. I have a concern that if 177 communities take the same approach, that the legislature will go back and change the law.
Yeah.
And that they will tweak it to make it more of a mandate to actually build this housing. I was actually shocked to think that they actually drafted this law and there's actually no teeth in it that actually forces the housing to be built. Seems like an exercise in futility, but that's one concern. The other that you talked about using the condominium complexes and you putting them in the overlay because you don't think it would ever happen there. I have learned that it is legally possible under the condominium documents if you get a sufficient percentage of owners to agree to basically undo the condo. It can be done, which means that I think about 20% of people are going to be forced to leave. The other 80% could vote to sell out and move on. And tonight, listening to you discuss the minutia of what all these technical points about what would actually apply, what would not apply, makes me nervous, because now you're thinking, well, they're talking about all this stuff. Is it really possible or likely? Maybe it's just your due diligence. I don't know. The last thing is that I think myself, my wife, and Eddie Muirfield, and Windermere, and Meadowwood have already done their part in this whole exercise of building housing. We have 394 units that are currently permitted that are under construction within earshot of without opening the windows, which is fine. So I frankly would rather see somebody else take the risk rather than us with this proposal. So, thank you.
Helen Blasioli, 19 Augusta Way in the Village at Meadowwood, and this time I'm only speaking for myself. As most of the board knows, I was not in favor of this at the last meeting, and so I did something that I'm not sure a lot of people did. I did a lot of homework, and I probably worked on this as much as you guys did, but I did it in 2 weeks, and I found out that what you have proposed to the town is the best thing possible for the town. And I'm for this at 100%. I know I'm leaving or plan to leave, but I still think that Chelmsford has been my home for 25 years. I don't want it to change. I also want to say that I've reached out to a lot of people. I've heard from people in Boston. I've talked to people in other towns. I do have to say that I reached out to Deidre, and she was in Morocco, and she very kindly answered me immediately, which I thought was really good, and I think that somebody like that needs to be reelected to the planning board. And then the other person has been Chris, and he spent a lot of time with Meadowwood. He went over everything, and I then talked to a lot of people in the town, Sam Chase, a few others, Virginia, we're all set going your way. And I'm sorry that I did not do that before I went into this, but my feeling is you can disagree. Anybody can disagree. And I disagreed very loudly last time. I'm telling you, if this town doesn't get this, I'm sorry. But that's my feeling.
Thank you, Helen.
Thank you, Helen.
Doug Chandler, 47 Augusta Way, Meadowwood. I have a question for NIMCOG and possibly Town Council. Does the exchange of emails and all the things that you just voted on tonight, does that indicate a final approval by the state of our plan, or have you got more hurdles to go through and more reviews by somebody else?
Want me to take that, Kelly? Sure. I don't believe that is a final approval. There still needs to be the review of whatever changes are sent back to the state, and then we would get their final approval then, correct?
Yeah, I can go on the microphone too real quick, just so it's recorded. So we submitted this to the state for a 90-day review so that the board would then have the confidence that whatever is put before town meeting, if town meeting votes to approve it, would be compliant with the law. That is why we submitted it to the state for review. The state has basically conditionally approved based on the changes that we've discussed. So the point in that is so that the board and town meeting could feel confident that if they vote in the affirmative on these amendments, the town would be in compliance with the law. We have talked with the state, with staff from HLC about the proposed changes that are up here right now, and those have all been confirmed to be compliant with the law. So I think if there were substitute motions on the floor at town meeting or something else, those could potentially put it out of compliance. So I think what is being put forward here, if the board votes to approve it, that would be in compliance with the law.
Thank you, Kelly. That satisfies me completely. As a private citizen in Meadowwood, I'd like to say to the board that I and a lot of the people that I talked to, especially after your visit to clarify things for us, want to thank the board for doing the best they can, making the best that we can out of a really bad situation. It doesn't mean we're not mad, but we're not mad at you.
Thank you.
Hi, Joshua Warhurst. I live at 232 Princeton Street, so not in the Meadowwood, Windermere community. Just outside, I really appreciate it from a distance. So I'm actually probably the first person to speak in favor of the MBTA communities law. I think that not necessarily the way it's gone about in the public hearings, but that the need for the state to build more housing in areas that are transit accessible. I know personally living in North Chelmsford is quite transit accessible. I bike to work in Andover. There's LRTA bus lines that go through. It's very walkable. I walk to Market Basket to grab groceries and to restaurants nearby. So it's a nice place. If you build more housing, not everybody's going to have to drive to wherever they need to go. So I think it's a good area. And I'm actually pro, if you ever want to include just like a little blip out, include my house into that zone. I understand that the reason that you're not doing that is because if that were to happen, somebody could buy up my property at some point and just build a apartment building there, right? And that wouldn't necessarily be the direction the town wants to go. But if you ever decide to, want to carve out a little blip, put my house, 232 Princeton, it's, you can include it. That's how much I believe in the value of this law. So I'll let that sit. Thank you so much. I do think that the goal of this board, if the goal is to not build new housing, You know, because the fact is that area that's being built in the old UMass Lowell campus and Windermere and that the condo complex, I understand that the desire for a builder to go and buy up all that useful land and redevelop it is silly, right? Technically.
It's cost prohibitive.
Cost prohibitive.
They lose so much money that, like, they just wouldn't do it. Like, I mean,
Yeah.
I hate to say
The
it.
net gain on units.
There's no net gain. They're losing for my.
I mean, even like my house, you know, it's a relatively working house. We have heating and cooling. You know, so I doubt that somebody would necessarily go and buy it up. But if they want to and put a condo there, you know, power to them. So that's all I have to say. Thank you so much for designing it in the way that you think is beneficial for Chelmsford, and good luck.
Thank you.
Hello, Mike Moore, 7 Amble Road, and Precinct 5 Town Meeting Rep. Just a few questions as I try to wrap my head around this prior to town meeting, actually. And the first involves the lawsuit against Milton. I would assume that at some point that's going to get decided. Is there any estimated timeline as to when that works its way through the court system?
So you're talking about the lawsuit that the Attorney General's office
Yes.
has filed? It's, you know, within the last month since they filed it, you're probably talking years before it actually goes through the full trial process and a decision is issued.
Okay. So I guess that sort of negates my next question is why wouldn't we just delay anything until that's settled?
It's not an option, or we'll be the next ones being sued.
Well, if they,
but let's.
if they you know, wouldn't it depend on how
So they've
how
already.
that lawsuit
I
turns
think
out,
they're in
right?
negotiations is what's
They've
happening.
already pulled funding from, and we have Kelly here who can, she was on a call with, I forget, with the state. So they've already pulled their funding,
Yep.
and the state could actually come in and dictate to the town where they're going to build.
Well, that's what they've asked the court for, correct?
Right.
They don't have that power right now, do they?
Yeah, they do.
Do they really?
We'll let the courts decide, but,
Okay. I mean, I'll take you at your word that that's.
well, Paul? Do you
Well,
want to comment?
it's not stated directly in the statute, but that's
Mhm.
certainly part of the relief that the state is looking for.
Right.
So it could be a result.
But at that point, we haven't actually said no. We've just simply said, why don't you win or lose, and then go from there.
Well, there's timelines in which the town has to adopt zoning, or they wind up in the exact same situation Milton is now.
That's the-
Milton actually adopted the MBTA zoning. They have a representative town meeting.
Okay.
Representative town meeting voted in favor of the zoning. There was an article put onto a general election to essentially rescind the town meeting approval. That passed.
Yep.
So that's when the state decided that they were going to file against the town.
So you answered the question, thank you. I was just trying to understand the timing and the you know, the logic behind going forward. The actual town meeting warrant that we'll be asked to vote on, is that so that we would approve or disapprove the plan as presented, not approve or disapprove doing MBTA zoning, period? Right, there's two different questions. We're answering the first one. We're approving your plan as it's stated. Okay. If that goes in the no direction, what happens at that point?
Back to the drawing board. We have a fall meeting to
We haven't, yeah.
do it again. Do it again.
Okay. Is there already a sort of a priority list of what the next ones are?
I mean, I think the only thing we believe that we need to follow the law. So we believe that we need to bring to the town meeting a plan to comply.
Yep.
So then we would have to come up with a different plan.
Right.
And we've already decided that this is the best plan
Right.
available to us.
Yep.
So then we would have to bring to town meeting a less desirable plan.
And I get that. And I guess my question is there some more definition up to the less desirable plan that could be available to town meeting before they take that vote?
Well,
if
you're
this-
talking specific properties that we've discussed.
Or at least some sense of priority.
Probably
because,
UPS.
You know, if you're voting no on this is what's next.
No,
That's sort
no.
of my.
The board never got there.
There are a couple if this is voted down at town meeting, the planning board is put into a difficult situation because there are potentially 3 reasons why someone might vote no at town meeting. They don't like the zoning bylaw itself, they don't like the areas that we've selected, or they don't think that we should comply.
Right.
If the planning board then has to come up with a new solution, we are going to have a really difficult time coming up with a new solution that would address all 3.
Okay. And this is your only shot at this particular solution? Did I hear that correctly in the last?
No,
We could do it again.
We could do it again at
Again?
town
Okay.
meeting, but it's going to be very difficult because we won't know necessarily why it would fail. We don't know if people just don't agree with the zones.
Yep.
We don't know if they don't agree with the wording of the bylaw, or if they're just voting no because they don't agree we should comply. So to come back to a new town meeting
Right.
and present something that we then are able to pass, it's going to be extremely difficult, especially given the timeline.
Okay. Okay, that's, those are the questions I had. Thank you.
Good evening, Rick Mahoney, 8 Dornock Circle, also on the Windermere Board of Directors, but I missed Chris's meeting on Saturday, had other deals going on. Had a couple of questions. One, I understand when Chris met with my fellow members of the board that Windermere is a residential zoned area at the present moment. We're going to be going to a multifamily zoned area based upon this. First question is, how quickly does that take place? In other words, town meeting is the 24th, this goes through, which frankly I think is a done deal already, but this goes through. Does that mean we're multifamily the next day?
It's still got to be approved, I believe.
Still has to
by
be
the
approved by
AG.
the Attorney General's office, which is generally 90 days.
Yeah.
Okay, but
And
essentially we've gone from residential to multifamily in the space of a couple of months.
Well, the underlying zoning is always
Oh, it's the
still there.
same. It doesn't, you just have an overlay.
You
Okay.
got this?
Yeah, I'll
Well-
take this. So the underlying zoning will remain single-family residential. The overlay that goes
This is for
on,
which
this is Windermere.
Windermere in
Windermere
particular,
is
but in Windermere,
single family.
Meadowood, all that area there essentially.
No,
Well, no.
No, all properties actually.
Windermere is
RB.
RB, single-family. Meadowwood underlying is industrial,
Okay.
IA. So if this overlay passes, your underlying zoning remains the same, and this overlay essentially gives, any overlay gives the developer the option of building and developing for the underlying zoning or the overlay.
Right. And this is, I mean, the whole idea of this is for the overlay to meet the MBTA requirements as a town. Part of the MBTA requirements on their zoning is that there's no age restriction. If we become multifamily because there's overlay, does our age restriction go away?
No.
No.
The property,
That's being stated somewhere, that's gonna be put in documentation
zoning-
somewhere?
No.
The
It
zoning
can't be
itself-
zoned. We can't say this district is age restricted.
The overlay, we can't say that in the overlay.
Properties within.
All right, because the town of Chelmsford owns 14 homes in Windermere. There are 14 40B homes in Windermere. We're at 25%, 10%. We passed that a long time ago. What's to stop the town of Chelmsford from putting putting younger people, younger families into those 14 homes?
so a couple things. The zoning cannot be age restrictive, but the properties and the owners of those properties can have age restrictions on their properties. So the condo association can still keep that age restriction. That will not change with the zoning.
Windermere's a 40B.
We have 14 40B homes.
Yeah.
So
So-
you have the option, you have the opportunity, because we don't get to approve who goes into those homes.
No. Right.
The other homes there, we get to look at who's coming in,
No one has
Hooper and all that
No one has
stuff.
any ability to change the 40B regulations.
No, I'm not trying to change the 40B.
Town can't go in and change those rules. That's an age-restricted 40B.
Okay, that's
The
in the
affordable units are
documentation, that's
also
not gonna,
age-restricted.
that's not ever gonna change. Well, I mean, if we get bought out by some developer
Right, so the,
20
so
years from
the,
now, that's
so the
different.
the MBTA overlay has no interplay with the current 40B.
Okay.
The only way the MBTA zoning, no age restriction, 15 units an acre comes into play is if the condo association votes to dissolve.
Right.
and then a new developer comes in with a MBTA project.
Right.
Presumably to demolish everything.
Right.
And to clarify, a developer can come in and propose an over 55 development in an MBTA community. What the town can't do is require that a certain, percentage
B.
of a project be.
40B or
No,
age
no,
development.
be age restricted.
Okay. Also, there are, again, there are you've got two parcels that you've set up, about 3 or 4 miles apart from each other. What is to stop a developer from coming in and cherry picking, particularly the West Campus, Meadowwood, Windermere area that meets the 50 contiguous acre property? It's 57.7 buildable acres, so it meets 50 contiguous acres. Could a developer come in and just say, I want to build in this area here? And then, obviously make offers to everybody and buy everybody out and all that stuff. Could that happen?
money.
And could they do it at 29.5 units per acre instead of 15 units per acre because it's only 50 acre property?
So a developer could come in and, if they had the money, purchase, if the condo association dissolved and agreed to sell, they could come in and, again, if they had the additional funding to demolish the units, and then if they had the additional funding on top of that, build.
Let me give, for instance.
And we would be able to not allow a 5, 10-story building because that's in these bylaws.
Let me give you, just for instance, there's 50 acres, 30 units per acre, 30 units per acre. That's 1,500 units, okay? If you had 1,500 units and you sold them $500,000 apiece, you got $750 million to play with. That's your kitty. You could buy out all 128 current homes there at $2 million apiece. That's $250 million, más menos. All right? You could buy West Campus has got nothing on there now except a bunch of dirt. All right? It's going to get, they're working 7 days a week right now, but there's nothing in there right now. They could offer those guys double what they pay for the land.
They're under a contract with the town.
Yeah, there's a development agreement that limits what can be done on that property. So, and that runs.
Doesn't mean a new developer buys it, he comes in and
runs
gets
with the land.
new development
The
thing.
development agreement runs with the land, so anybody that purchases it is still subject to it.
Unless it's for the MBTA process.
No. They're still subject to the development agreement.
No, so they put 400 units, then they put a whole bunch of units in Windermere and Meadowwood. They can then make up their numbers.
But they don't make, I don't know where you're getting
I
the
mean,
numbers.
so you look at
30 units per acre.
they're
We're
losing money
only
if they were
allowing
to do
15,
that.
by the way.
It's a 50 acre contiguous, I think it's 50, they can do up to 29.54 units.
Units.
Zoning for 15.
15
Is
units
it based
per
on
acre.
100 acres, not based on 50.
Our plan is 15
That's what
per
we're
acre.
proposing.
That's
100
why,
based on 100 acres and 2 separate properties.
exactly.
I'm just saying, he goes on one property at 50 acres.
15 units per
No.
acre
The
is
zoning,
what is
the zoning
allowed.
bylaw will only allow 15 units per acre, regardless.
I'm not sure I agree with you on that one. But,
No,
all right.
no
No.
acre in there would have more than 15.
Right, we did that
Put it
on
that way.
purpose.
Yeah,
So we did that specifically.
I think you might find that they may interpret it differently if it's a 50 acre property as opposed to a 100 acre property.
We've had,
So, but then
We'll
again,
look
it's
at
all.
it.
No,
That's why we had legal counsel.
look at it to make sure that that's what we
I mean, this is also a cornerstone of Maury Healy's thing. So the two words I'm not worried about are eminent domain. The two words I'm worried about are tax credits. That's what's going to get developers going.
Hi, I'm Jan Spence, 4 Dornock Circle. I chair the board at Windermere. I have a few questions, all right? And Mr. LaValle was very nice. He did come out and speak to us. However, there are a lot of issues going on. I've heard a lot of people on this board even say, I believe, or we don't think, or or we do think, or whatever, about a certain part of this project. You're asking us to take a leap of faith here. There's 2 separate areas of town that you're saying, we're trusting that we have the right idea of what's going to happen here. And I also have a reservation. This is going to town meeting as an article. You don't have a guarantee yet that the state is accepting it. I know they expect too that, yes, you've got an assumption that, yes, it's accepted. You don't have a definite. And that's a concern. I mean, I don't understand why this town would even put it on put the article on the agenda for town meeting unless you had a definitive answer from the state that this proposal was acceptable.
I think we got that. We did get that.
You got a definite answer.
Pretty definite.
Well, that's the thing.
So by the time we
So
go
then
to
we
town
come back in
meeting,
the fall if they don't accept it. This is a process. It's just a process. That's all it is.
My feeling was, I thought it would be smarter, and I've sat at town meeting for 30 years, I thought it would be smarter to hold it off until the fall when you had a definite. I don't understand why.
We have to vote on it first. It's not definite until we vote on it.
No, I'm talking about the state giving an acceptance of, yes, this proposal will
This is the
work.
closest thing I think we can get, right?
It's as
Am I
close,
reading that
it's as
right?
close to an approval as you're gonna get before town meeting approves it and submits it formally.
Is that because of the timing of town meeting?
No. It's because that's the pre-approval is the way the
Been
state
working
set
for
it
a while
up.
on it.
So no town that's going through this will have their approval before they present it to
Correct.
their town meeting?
Correct. We'll
Okay.
get something very similar to what Chelmsford got.
All right. Now, does anyone on this board at this point know how many towns in the state have decided to go against this proposal? We all know about Milton, but how many others? I know there are 177 that are involved in MBTA zoning.
I think they're going through the process, and I think some have been voted down, and they're going, again, to regroup, come up with another plan, so they're just set back, right?
no, but I know like Lexington.
Littleton's one. Littleton's one.
Okay.
Lexington did accept it last year. Lexington, did.
Yeah,
theirs last-
Lexington's ahead of us.
us.
Concord's ahead of us, I think.
I mean, I don't know what, but there's a lot of towns who have.
I understand why you did what you did, why you picked certain areas, the thought process, I get. However, it just seems like you're asking us to really have a leap of faith in how this is really going to play out for us. I'm not overly concerned. I'm old enough, I'm going to be gone before, anything takes place here. However, I'm concerned for the people who will come on to or into the association and, not have known all about all of this that's gone on now. And, it is concerning. And, we went through accepting West Campus and everything and all of the houses, the apartments being built there and whatever. And that went through. Now you're back, it's almost like you're back for a second bite of the apple, And it's like, why wasn't another area chosen?
We get that. It does seem that way. It does.
That's the thing. I know you've got a hard job, not picking on you, not fighting with you or whatever, and I do understand why you did what you did, but you have to understand our concern. Thank you so much.
Can I just address one thing? I do understand it is a leap of faith, and one of the things I've learned being on this board for the last year is that zoning itself is essentially a leap of faith. All of these overlays, all of the zoning bylaws that we work through and try to enact, it is all about a leap of faith because we cannot, with 100% certainty, predict how these are going to play out. The business overlays that were put on in 129, the thinking was that it would attract business. It may not have attracted as much business as the board had hoped. But all of the work that we're doing is a leap of faith. It's anticipating the future as best we can and making the right decisions that we can.
And just to add, and that's why it's really important. I mean, we're all volunteers. We've run. I know I came on the board because I didn't like how certain zoning, was being enacted. It's really important to vote people in that represent you, that represent what you want in this community. Like if I'm not doing something that doesn't work for you, then you should vote me out, right? Like, I can't stress enough, I think Chris made a perfect point, zoning is all about a leap of faith, and it's really important in local government to get out and vote for people who represent you.
Hi, Doreen Dashler, Sinai Circle. I just have a few things to say. One, why isn't the state suing the other? They're only suing Milton. They're not going after Holden. They're not going after Middleborough. They're not going after Littleton. They're not going after Lexington. The only people they're going after is Milton.
Because they haven't missed their deadline yet.
Holden said no a long time ago. They missed their deadline a long time ago.
Except for.
Middleborough has missed their deadline. They said no. Don't tell me they haven't missed it. They had two miss their deadline, and they've said no, and the state has not gone after those towns.
So Holden and Middleborough would have the same deadline that Chelmsford has. They are not one of those inner communities that had to pass their MBTA zoning bylaw sooner. Right? Milton was one of those communities. They had a deadline. They didn't meet that deadline. The Attorney General's office has filed litigation against them.
And like you
And
say, it's going to
any-
take years for it to be settled.
Certainly. And
So they're not gonna-
any other additional municipality, once they get to a point where they have not adopted the zoning pursuant to their deadline, I am sure will face the exact same consequences that Milton has.
Okay, but why not band together with all these towns? Band together with them, fight the state together. Do you really trust the state of Massachusetts? I don't. I don't trust them. I mean, yeah, okay, they're saying, okay, it's okay, you can say that you're just gonna zone it, and we're not gonna build, we're not gonna make you build. I do not trust that, I don't believe that. If they want you to zone it, they want you to build it. Why would they want you to zone it and say, okay, it's okay, you don't have to build? That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense at all. If you zone it, they're gonna build it. I'm sorry. They want you to zone it because they wanna build it, okay? They're not telling you to zone it just to make it, oh, okay, it looks pretty on paper. No, they want you to zone it because they want you to build it.
Okay.
It doesn't make any sense to zone something and say, okay, we're not gonna build.
Thank you, Doreen.
Thank you.
Well, I'm just saying, I mean,
Okay,
you know,
and
I mean,
thank you very
and
much.
another thing I want to say too is, okay, if you want to live in the city, if you want all these big high rises, go live in the city. Leave my town alone.
Good evening. My name is Bill Livingston. I live at 7 Donut Circle, Chelmsford. I like to keep the area of Windermere residential. That's what I bought the home that I'm living in now, and I bought it because it was residential. Now, all of a sudden, we have a state mandate telling my town, my representatives, how they're going to zone the property. To me, that's against my principle as a U.S. citizen that somebody outside my town telling me how I'm going to zone an area. I don't accept that. I figure, you know, we had the Tea Party, that was taxation without representation. The same thing to me is happening here. They're coming from the outside, coming in telling you people who represent us how we're going to address a situation, which may financially be devastating to us. And then the people of our town, Chelmsford, are saddled with the problem. Right now, you have like the state, they couldn't afford to use the emergency money to take Lancaster and restore it. Instead, we have $937 million being made for different other areas. And I just feel as though that we have to leave the zoning to the people and the representatives from Chelmsford. I don't want to see an overlay, and then the overlay is passed, and all of a sudden I find out that I'm now zoned multifamily, and that could be a detriment to me when I sell my home, because people ask, what kind of zone am I in? And if they hear multifamily, that could cause them to balk. So my question here, or my answer is, I don't like an outside agency coming from Boston telling the railroad system that was built during the Industrial Revolution what towns were going to be now impacted by this new law that they decided to pass, without us really having a say in it. I think that's contrary to the way, me as an American and as a citizen, that they should be acting. And as I say, I know what you're doing, and I understand what you're doing. But the problem is, they shouldn't be dictating to us. We still have freedom. We still have a say as to how our country or how our city or town is run. And I don't think this is proper. Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Sheila Pichette. I live at 26 Shed Lane. And first of all, I'd like to thank you for your tireless work and your decisions, because you have done an enormous job. And I'm sure that I reflect many of the people here and the people in the town. Second, I have a question. At town meeting, I'm a town meeting rep, precinct 10, and we can either vote yes or no on this, is that correct? So we don't have any input as town meeting representatives to what is put into this law, is that correct? So why are we voting on it at all?
The law was passed by the legislature, so we don't have.
Can't change it.
Amending the
Can I
zoning.
clarify?
Yeah, please.
So this is a town meeting warrant article. Just like any town meeting warrant article, there can be amendments proposed, as long as that amendment is within the scope of the original warrant article. That amendment is then voted upon by town meeting as to whether it's going to be adopted or rejected. So there is an ability to guide the warrant article through this process. It's not just a simple up and down yes or no. We've already touched upon the fact that the state has already reviewed the article as drafted, and we've got very strong indications that this is acceptable to the state. If there are amendments added during the town meeting process, it's a crapshoot as to whether or not those amendments would ultimately be acceptable or not. So that's something, that the town meeting members should be cautious about when they're proposing amendments to this article, but it is an allowed part of the process.
Well, I'm glad to hear that it's an allowed part of the process, and I would encourage anybody in this town to talk to their precinct representatives to either learn more about this before town meeting or to ask your representative to vote a certain way. Because amendments would only be taken if they're allowed. I agree with the gentleman before me, these are definitely mandates from the state. Yep. I don't like to live under mandates. Let the children guard what our sires have won. We're not doing it. And also, the motto of Massachusetts, the motto is I've got it here. It's on the flag, but it's in Latin. So by the sword we seek peace, but peace only under liberty. Now, there's no way I can find this as liberty. Maybe I'm defining it wrong, but I don't think so. And I don't like to live under state mandates where we don't have a clear say in our cities and towns, so that we can individually have cities and towns and have their own personalities, by their own zoning, by their elected representatives. And I also think that the state is holding us hostage, because if we don't do what they want, they will take away from our people. Now, as a town meeting representative, I need to represent the people in our town, and I need to give them the best that I can by legislation that I vote for in the town level. This doesn't really allow me to do that. I have to vote a certain way, or the state is going to say, we're going to take this away from you, we're not going to let you do this. And that is to the deterioration of the town. So I don't know where I'd finish with this, although that I am very disappointed in the state. I am very pleased with you. And I don't know how to fight against that. I'm one person, and I want to give the best for Chelmsford. And that's my question. Thank you.
Hey,
Thank you, Sheila.
Paul, would you mind giving a little thumbnail?
Hi.
I'm just going to interrupt for a second, if you don't mind. Review of the way in which the state is empowered to affect zoning.
Certainly. So I think it's something that's probably not very well appreciated, but the state actually controls zoning at a local level in numerous different ways. The most obvious, of course, being Chapter 40B, which allows waivers of local zoning requirements and other local requirements, such as wetlands, Board of Health, and other town-adopted requirements they can be waived as part of the 40B process. Under Chapter 40A, which is, it used to be called the Zoning Enabling Act, now it's just called the Zoning Act, the state sets forth limitations and restrictions on what towns can do under zoning. Chapter 48, Section 3 lists a number of different issues on which the town is not allowed to regulate, and that includes the Dover Amendment. So religious uses, daycares, agricultural uses, solar uses, and a number of other different uses under Chapter 48, Section 3. The state says you can't regulate these issues. Under Chapter 48, Section 4, the state requires uniformity in all zoning districts. It specifically requires that each and every zoning district has at least one viable use allowed as of right without resort to any of the exempt uses under Chapter 48, Section 3. Chapter 48, Section 5 sets forth the process for adopting zoning amendments. Chapter 48, Section 6 sets the minimum nonconformity that has to be allowed by a town, so that if you have a use that pre-existed a zoning change, there's a minimum amount of protection for pre-existing nonconforming uses that has to be allotted by a municipality. You can't do less than what the state says is the minimum. Chapter 48, Section 9 sets forth limitations on the grants of special permits. Chapter 48, Section 10 limits the grants of variance and sets very strict guidelines as to what can be done. Chapter 48, Section 15 sets limitations on public hearings in the process for zoning relief. Chapter 48, 17 sets forth appeal rights for parties. It's a very, very comprehensive statutory scheme in which the state dictates to municipalities what is and what is not allowed. I understand that this is really something that it goes beyond what the state has done before, that it intrudes upon local zoning in a manner that is fundamentally different than what the municipalities are used to. But it is consistent. There is a long history of the state involving itself in local zoning, and this is just part of a continuum.
On this particular property also, 40B was enacted on that, right?
Correct. On the Windmere?
Yeah, so it was a 40B project.
And I just want to add that I don't think any of us are happy with the state right now for doing this. However, now that it has passed, it is a state law. And we have to comply with state law. The time to fight that is before it's passed. And we were talking earlier about another example that is running through the state legislature right now where we can fight it. And that will have a significant impact on the town as well. So that is the time when we need to band together and fight against the state passing these laws, is before they're passed, as they're coming through the legislature. Once they are passed, we, as a board, have a duty to comply with the state law, even though we may not like it, because we can't pick and choose which state laws we can follow. So.
Excuse me. We're
You have to walk up. And there's someone ahead of you. You gotta get in line.
Okay. Thank you, Paul.
Welcome.
Are you ready? Can I ask one more question of Paul? Before 40A, or whatever its predecessor might have been, what were the rights of a town to zone? Did towns have any rights to zone at all, or was that a power granted to the towns by the state?
It was a power granted to the town by the state. That's why it was called the Zoning Enabling Act.
Exactly what I was thinking. So basically, anything that you can do with zoning is something that's been given to the town by the state, not something that's been taken away from the town by the state.
Correct. Although there is still, a strong undercurrent of local rule associated with zoning, and I understand, the conflict that's present here because of that.
Okay.
Hi. Pamela Davies, 29 Washington Street in North Chelmsford. I really hate public speaking, so I was really hoping someone else would say this first. But the housing shortage regionally is just a huge detriment to economic development, and so I totally support the MBTA's spirit of what they're going for. And after being here tonight, I really appreciate what you guys have done. Coming into it, I didn't understand the thought process, and I think what you've done, it works. I also wanted to boost the message of doing an overlay district in Vinyl Square. I think that would be a great fit. I also appreciated Sam Chase's email suggesting that transit-oriented development is actually a boost for the economy. I find that to be true. I wanted to say to everyone who's concerned about this lowering property values is that it often doesn't. Also, as a municipal grant writer, I really hope that this passes at town meeting. I really encourage everyone here who's a town meeting rep or who is going to speak to their town meeting reps to encourage us to pass this so that we don't jeopardize any of our funding. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Speaking, since I have questions, I should speak about myself. I live in 181 Littleton Road in the condo complex, Woodcrest condominium. I'm representing, you can say myself, and also some of my friends that who also lived in this area. Like that's around there is our condo. From our condo complex. So I'm an immigrant, so I may not very familiar with the law. I did a little research on the zoning, even not as much as the representative. So I also heard about the mountain that they have basically the town against the state. Even though I don't know too much about the details of about the law proceeding, but I feel like if the zoning, if this is something that we can have a say or at least have an opinion, we should not. First, we have two parts, like so the zoning. If this is related to MBTA zoning. So I just feel like this will risk our, like the place where we live, we have to move, or we have to, if some of my friends, they want to leave their properties to their children, so that will impact them. They have to move and rent to other places. And also, I'm actually a little doubtful how much the development will beneficial the people is already living here. I understand affordable housing is good for the people, but why don't we, also consider people already living here and, develop in some other areas that is more reasonable. Yeah. Thank you. That's all.
Okay, as you all know, I don't like doing this, but I'm going to. First, I want to thank a lot of you board members that have taken time after meetings talking to me to help me understand. I'm sitting here tonight going, am I the only person that doesn't know what the hell is going on with all these numbers and words and stuff? And so many people got up and said what I want to say so eloquently, so I don't know what's going to come out of me, but here goes. And I've been jotting down notes, so I'm going to be all over the place. But I am so against this. I don't understand if we're joining all of the Meadowood, Windermere, and what's going on at UMass now. If we join all this and they can't build any more up there, why the hell are we doing this? Where are they going to build? They want housing, right?
Yep. So you want us to supply something that would be developed? Is that what?
Well, no. My biggest factor right here is I'm done with the building in Chelmsford, especially North Chelmsford. I can't breathe anymore. I've got this all around me. I don't think there's anyone, not to whine, but truth be told, I don't think there's anybody in Chelmsford that has dealt and has been surrounded with so many units. I don't want to live in this, but I am living in this. and it's fine if you want to. I don't think anybody is surrounded as much as I am. So if we're, and I appreciate all the work you guys have done. I understand you're in a hard spot, but so are the people. And, you know, everybody's worried about their home. I'm worried about my home too, because, I mean, that's your safe haven. When the world is crazy, that's your safe haven. And I don't want to lose my home. I've been there forever. My husband's grandmother, that's where we started. I don't want to lose my mark on North Chelmsford. So I don't understand if we're including all this housing in, and the state's looking for housing, they want more housing to deal with all these people, where are we going to put it? My fear is, I know you've told me that the builder can't do any more at UMass, but if it's passed for the MBTA, they're going to sneak more in. I know that.
There's a development agreement.
We have a development
that
agreement.
can't be built more units, first of all. And second of all, when we started on that project, the state had just passed and was clarifying the MBTA zoning law. And so we actually sent the development plan to the state and said, is this, if we approve this development agreement, will this be
counted in?
Will this be compliant with the MBTA zoning? And they assured us that yes, it would be.
Because
and
it's
so
just
in
being
my
built
mind,
now?
in my mind, those are our units that are getting built for.
Because they're just being built now.
Right.
Yeah.
Even though we passed it.
Yeah.
We passed it ahead because we already.
Every community is going to get hit differently.
So that's the reason why it was passed with 4 stories, because I was shocked. I thought, there's no 4 stories in North Chelmsford. Why would they do that? 4 stories.
That was what was presented to us at town meeting when we voted on it. This would count for,
Like it ended
and
up
that's why
being
we.
one less building going 4 stories or something
Yeah.
like that, if I remember correctly.
Well, my dad died very young, but he taught us 2 things. Well, he taught us many, but 2 things, and I will always remember them. He told me that we will destroy ourselves with money, and we are, with greed. We have more builders coming into this town, building everywhere. You don't knock down a house. Right by the Glenview now, they knocked down a house, and I thought, oh, 2 more are going in. It's not 2 more. It's 2 duplexes that are going in. And I'm like, I've had it. You know, there's more, the Glenview was a sweet little place, and how many did they put there? I've had it. It's like, enough is enough. So I don't, and the other thing, so greed. And the other thing my dad told me was, if you can count on one hand people that you trust, you're a lucky person. Well, the state is not on my hand, for sure. And there's a lot of other, I'm sorry. What else? I had to put the glasses on. And I don't understand, like, I want the building to stop all in North Chelmsford, in Chelmsford too, because we're going to lose funding, I understand that. But the schools are already overloaded. My grandchildren in schools, they're supposed to be like, 18 in the classroom? They're running 22 right now. When this MBTA, UMass Lowell thing is finished, there are going to be tons and tons of kids. But I was told at meetings, there won't be a lot of kids. I don't know who's running this show, but we have a good Chelmsford school system, and people are going to be coming up from Lowell. It's right on the line. And there'll be, 2 people to a unit, there'll be 4 people to a unit. No one's going to watch the store. I've seen it. And the fire department, we'll have to buy a new fire truck. That's $1 million or whatever, and then you'll have to hire 3 more men to serve that fire truck. That's another $1 million. To lose $1 million in grants doesn't make sense. And the water, I mean, I don't understand how, and the traffic, already I can't get out of my driveway, and they're not even moved in yet. I don't understand how it's like, the traffic was told to us that it wouldn't be a problem. The water was told that it wouldn't be a problem. I don't know how we can keep supplying, like, let's say just 400 more units up there, and it's not going to affect us. It's my water shower. If my water gets less, I'm speaking up. But, so I don't know what we're doing to our town by putting all this in here. And So never, I live by never say never. And I'm tired of the builders getting rich in our developments, building all these developments, and what else did I want to say here? I just believe that the state will do anything they have to get what they want. And if they have to do eminent domain, they will. I've had it happen to my husband's father's house was taken by eminent domain years ago, and I had it happen in my family too. 2 homes, eminent domain. It happens. I guess it is. I made it without passing out up here.
Stephanie Maltese, I live at Woodcrest, and nobody from Woodcrest has been talked to us, I guess, so. I understand what you're thinking. I finally think I understand how you're thinking about it taking these 2 communities that are so developed that it's most probably not going to ever happen. I understand that. However, what if, maybe this year, maybe next year, let's say you choose one of ours, let's say it's Woodcrest, and maybe not this year, next year, 2 years from now, 5 years from now, we get a letter from the state saying, we want to use your property to develop. So that's a fear. That's a fear that I think most of us will be living with if you choose one of us. We will be the sacrificial lamb. And it's going to be a really stressful situation. I don't know about anybody else, but for me, it's going to be devastating. So it's going to be a really bad situation to live in the area, knowing fully well that the ball could suddenly hit you and go, guess what, you have to go. So you mentioned last time on the 28th that you had a developer approach the town wanting to build on Brick Clean Road. And you chose not to do it. You felt it was not a good situation to do it at this time.
River Neck.
No, that was Brick Kiln Road. You mentioned that first one was Brick Kiln, wasn't it? River Neck was another one.
It was Davis Company asked us to include their parcel in the MBTA
Okay,
zone.
so then
We decided not to.
I understand, because you felt it was a burden on the town because of schools.
It would have been developed this year, like it would get
I
developed.
understand that, but that would have been a burden on the community, the full town. But why make one of us have that burden, single us out
There's no
to
burden.
endure that burden now?
No burden.
You don't think it's going to be a burden? You don't think it's possible that they will do it? The state may not do it?
We discussed it earlier. I don't know if you were paying attention about, are you talking eminent domain from the state?
Not talking eminent domain. What if you get a developer who has the
has to buy
bandwidth
you.
and the wherewithal to do it all?
He would lose money.
He could buy us out.
He would lose money. There's no way he would do, I ran the numbers, right? Because I'm a numbers person, I'm a finance person.
Please, good.
I ran the numbers over and over again. And I had other people look at it to vet it out. They would lose $60 million. No one in the right, they can't even break even if they need to buy your property, tear it down, then pay for new construction.
Pay for market value.
But
for
are
all
you
your
talking about,
units.
are you talking about the West Mass area?
I did all of it.
Woodcrest.
I did all of it.
Woodcrest
Does
too?
not make financial sense. And I'm sorry, no one does this to lose money. So, again, if the properties you didn't take care of them, they deteriorated, and they were worth nothing.
And they were a blight.
Then maybe they could pick it up and develop it. But they would have to buy your properties for nothing. Okay. Otherwise, they lose money. And again, right, I don't know what's going to happen in 100 years. I'm not saying never say never. But
But it still would be a possibility. That's the only thing, that's the fear possibility.
Only if they gave you the value of it and everyone else in your complex agreed, or whatever your complex agreement is, 60% or 50% or whatever, and you divide.
I just don't see a
What
developer.
about a new buyer that buys into it? Don't you think they're going to have a little fear about buying into it?
No.
We've had the assessor,
As a realtor, you have to notify, you have to disclose in writing before they even view the property. So would they want to look at it even?
What do you
Chapter
have to-
93A.
What disclose?
93A.
What do you have to disclose?
You have to disclose anything that pertains to the property. That could be a negative situation for the property.
I'm sure you have to go into a zoning analysis.
You don't have to say there's a possibility that the state come in and say you have to sell?
Well, there is always that possibility.
For
It's
everyone.
universal
Everyone.
for every piece of
Everyone,
property
everyone.
in the state.
I personally, I live
Yeah.
on, I bought 495.
Yeah.
When I bought my property.
She's gonna get taken.
I'm going to get taken. They were telling me they were going to take me 30 years ago. I'm still here.
Oh.
I live with eminent domain because if the 495 is going to get expanded, my property will be taken.
Oh, okay.
I mean, that's because that's what they did. I mean, that's what they do when they, but I've been waiting and they still haven't come, and I'm kind of waiting for them to come now because I could use a nice
It is a
upgrade.
bottleneck right there. It
Right, I'm
really
like,
is a
come on,
bottleneck."
you said you were coming. Because it costs the money. They have to pay me market value.
Yeah.
And again, like, they're only going to do this if they absolutely need to do this.
Okay.
Right? Like, they're not going to do this for there's a lot of other needs in this state, including expanding highways.
And there will be a lot of other properties. If it was ever a goal to spend state money to take property by eminent domain to develop it pursuant to the MBTA communities statute, there's going to be a lot of other properties where the existing uses aren't as valuable.
Right.
That don't
They're
have
cheaper.
10 units per acre, or whatever
Okay.
the density is on these properties.
All right,
And that's the
thank you.
delta that you have to be looking at.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you both. You're all great. Do the best you can.
I'm going to do a switch on you guys. I heard,
Waiting for this.
no, I don't think you were, because I heard Linda say that on the UMass property, that's the way everybody here will know it. On the UMass property, they've got plenty of land and they can build more houses and they can come to you guys. In my research since your thing, there's nothing I haven't uncovered. And I have talked to Trumbull Crow personally, and I can tell you that they have given Meadowwood easements for perpetuity, which means to us, we cannot build on that property without anybody that owns the UMass property gives us permission to put even a sign, because I tried to put a sign, not working. So they cannot turn around and they cannot come down and take the land that's in open. And if you come in, they cannot take that hill down. They own almost all of our land that we've been taking care of for 28 years. We thought we owned it. We don't. Then my question to them was, big deal, Mark. What happens when you sell this property? Well, he's probably going to kill me if he's listening. I could be in trouble, and he might never tell me another thing. But Trumbull Crow invested their money in this property because they believed in it. They did not go out like they did in Burlington and other places in Massachusetts and get funding and then sell it after 5 years. They're planning to hold on to this for a long time. So we're safe. We are safe. Meadowwood is safe.
You're safe because of the.
Because of the easements, yes. Because of the agreements that are underway, that have been filed with the courts, we're safe. And so, I'm telling you, they have not backed out on anything that Meadowwood has asked for. They even came for something new this week, and I told them there was a problem, and I said, what can you do about it? And he said, let me think about it. And he called me this morning and he told me, we're going to take care of it, and they're taking care of it. So anybody that thinks that that's going to be taken is wrong. I'm telling you, I trust them. I think that everything they have told us has been truthful, and I think that they've done more for Meadowwood than any developer in the world. And we have started off talking with Hanover before them, and they were never going to do what Trumbull Crow has done. So we're safe as Meadowwood, and I don't think that anybody wants to take Windermere. I will tell you if we don't go through with this, and we're IA, so they can come in, somebody that's a big company like they did in Watertown. Look what they did to Russo's. Those people got so much money that they gave it to their workers. That can happen to us. So I hope that when you're thinking and you're voting, and all town meeting reps think about what they can do to the town by saying no.
Thank you.
We're gonna
Spence, Ford,
close
Dornock
this part of the
Circle,
meeting.
Windermere.
Excuse me. You can speak, and then we're gonna close this meeting, because we have
Sure.
other.
Sure, I'll be very quick. I just wanted to make one clarification. We are the one section in that particular parcel being considered for this that has a negative change in zoning. We are now residential zoning. We're going to go with the overlay to multifamily. The other area, I believe they're light industrial. They're not going to be negatively rezoned. We would be. That's our concern and the difference between the two pieces of property. Plus, we did not get any consideration in any direction from Trammell Grove. Thank you. Take care, guys.
Okay. So we're gonna move to, I believe, the last thing on the agenda, which is the 41.
Are we continuing?
We're continuing this meeting
Oh, yeah, we're
to,
continuing, right?
Yeah.
to the 20, where'd Evan go?
Can we just vote
27?
on it?
Yeah, can we,
Can we just make a motion to pass this on with the amendments suggested?
I would be inclined to do that.
We don't need to have more public.
No,
I think we've,
I think-
Okay.
I would,
make a motion. I'll take a
Mike,
motion.
can you make a motion?
I was
Wanna
gonna let
wait
you
for
make it.
Evan?
You want me to Evan come back?
I don't know where he went.
How about we break for a second
Yeah,
while
let's
they
wait for
all...
Evan.
Yeah, let's take
Yeah.
5 minutes and.
Yeah, 5-minute break.
You're gonna want me
I haven't had
back for your
dinner.
next meeting on the
Yes.
27th?
Oh, the 20,
For the next
I know you want me
meeting?
for the Hildreth.
yes.
Yeah.
All the units, half of them are single people, like myself. Half of them are people who left.
Did you, to the public that that was the board's inclination?
No.
No.
We should probably continue it to next meeting and let people know that there's likely going to be a vote.
I mean, you can do that, and we can get word out that the board intends to close, and maybe you're gonna limit the time that you're gonna expend.
Okay, that's fine, let's do that.
that's probably
right.
politically
You have
more
any initial
acceptable.
suggested time limit for,
30 minutes.
to start at
30 minutes
7,
for the
with the
debate.
goal of ending at 7:30, with the intent of closing and potentially voting your recommendation?
In that case, I'll
Yeah.
give you
And
a
can we make sure
motion to
that's in the
continue,
agenda? The public
the
hearing?
public
Yep.
hearing
I'll second that.
until the next meeting.
I'll second.
All in
Okay.
favor?
Aye.
Okay,
All right, no vote.
next,
Yes, thank you.
next up, we have 41 Central Square, Oddfellows Project LLC.
No, I think we got Hildreth, right? Hildreth.
Oh, so sorry. Second to last.
Nice try.
I was getting ready to go.
Okay, sorry about that.
So I think we're starting with the applicant's traffic study, because has that been presented to the board? I can't recall.
No, I think it came in the night before, 2 meetings ago.
Do you want to start with the applicants, or do you want to jump right to your board peer
We got the
review?
applicants already.
Yeah,
We
period.
had it before the last 2 meetings ago. It came
I don't
in the
know if it
day
was
before,
presented to
so
the
it wasn't
board, though.
presented, I don't think. It was kind of presented in a brief summary, is that right?
I think we did, that was 191.
I've lost track.
I think it was 191, because I remember you specifically saying it came in late, you hadn't had a chance to review it, but the
That's
board
right.
allowed them to proceed with the presentation. I don't know if the applicants, have you presented? Yeah. You have, okay. All right, so then maybe it makes sense to start with the
That's right,
Beta.
because we did the presentation
Right.
and then reviewed it.
Okay, so Ken Ho from Beta is with us tonight?
Thank you, Evan. Just for the record, my name is Ken Ho with Beta Group, and I'm here in place of Dennis Flynn. If you notice, he's the one that signed and did the peer review, which I work with him. And so what I would like to do tonight is to, if I may, I could just briefly provide the board a summary of the key components. As a peer reviewer, this is what we look for in the traffic studies. And once I've gone through that, we actually have generated a little over 20 comments. And I would like to perhaps summarize our findings instead of going through 20 comments tonight. And I can certainly address any other detailed questions related to our findings or anything has to do with the study. So if that's acceptable to the board, I'd like to proceed with that. Great, thank you. So as the peer review for the town of Chelmsford, basically our review consists of the following key components when we look at a traffic study. The adequacy of the study area is important. We want to make sure that the proponent cover the number of intersections and within the study areas as it related to traffic, pedestrian activities. Data collection is also very important because we want to make sure that the time of the day, the durations, and what's being collected, the way they collect it, so those are all important components. The third items that we look into is the trip generation and the distribution of the projected traffic volume. So we want to look at the methodology that they use to estimate the number of vehicle trips that's generated as part of the new development. And of course, the overall analysis with the data collected, the trip generation estimations, the overall analysis, the way that's done, it's important to us. And finally is the analysis results. This is the any potential impact associated with this development and what kind of mitigation potentially that the proponent is proposing to mitigate the impact. And so in a nutshell, those are the key components that we look for as we review a traffic study. So with that, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to do a quick summary of all the 20 comments that we have offered as part of the review. I'm going to go right into the important ones. Well, they're all important, but the one that's really we think that needs to be further discussed or addressed. This first one has to do with the intersection of Hildreth and Billerica.
What comment number?
Oh, my apologies. So this is the comment number 3, the first section on the existing conditions. So comment number 3 has to do with the proponent took a look at that intersection. This is Billerica Road and Hildreth. And they've identified the crosswalk if it's anything else. And so I think our comment is that, based on the data that's collected, the crosswalk is very important because it's being used quite a bit. I think a lot has to do with the school. And so as part of this project, because you are adding 12 units, there's going to be definitely more pedestrian down the road. And there are deficiencies at this intersection in the crosswalk. The crosswalk doesn't really meet ADA compliance, for example, the ramps. And also, what's more important is if you're walking from Hildreth, there's no sidewalk. So one would assume that people will properly walk on the streets and then cross, Billerica. So we think that the proposed development will generate additional pedestrian traffic, and to ensure pedestrian safety, especially, that the pedestrian ramps should be improved and should definitely conform to ADA standards. And in addition to that, we think, a sidewalk, it's important because we don't want pedestrians to be walking on the street. So that's really, our last comment related to the intersection. There are other components which I will not get into. The next area that I'd like to summarize is under the future conditions review. And I'm just going to basically summarize comments 1, 2, and 3 all together, because this is all related to the trip generation and the distribution. So essentially what that is the methodology that the proponent traffic consultant estimate the number of vehicle trips and pedestrian down in the future as a result of this project. So the estimated new trips during the peak hour commuting, and so what that is the proponent did a fairly detailed traffic count back in December 12, which is on an average Tuesday, from 6:30 a.m. to 9 o'clock, and then from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. So that essentially captures your morning commuting peak, your school, which includes the school activities, and 2 o'clock, which is the school activities, and also your evening commute. So based on all the information, the trip generation, they're estimating that there's going to be approximately 10 to 15 new trips added into the roadway systems. And that's during the peak AM, which is that 1 hour peak, the highest volume, is between 8 to 9, and the peak evening, which is between 5 to 6. So depending on the time of the day, it's approximately 10 to 15 new trips added to the system. So I think those are all important informations, and they've used industry standard to estimate those vehicle trip, which we concurred. The next item that I wanted to touch on is under the proposed site driveway site distance evaluation, and that's comment number 5. So we had some concern with the site drive that's being proposed right at the frontage of Hildreth. And the concern that we have has to do with the sight line. We went out to the site and we stood at where the proposed site drive is, and we noticed there's some site distance concern that we have as part of the site drive. And there were some proposed landscaping and whatnot. So we proposed that the landscaping be removed. And if there's anything else, we wanted to make sure that the site distance coming out of the new site drive meets all the requirements. And the proponent traffic consultant decided to agree with us, and they're going to remove some of the proposed landscaping at the frontage of the site drive to make sure that there's proper site distance coming out of the project site. The next comment that we have has to do with, which is under the traffic operational analysis. And again, what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to summarize basically, comments 6 through 8. And the one item that I wanted to discuss, which is comment number 8, it has to do with visitors parking. In the future, what if someone's going to have a party? Where are cars going to park? And so we have asked if the proposed driveway create a cul-de-sac at the end of the projects. And we had asked if additional parking could be provided, particularly at the cul-de-sac, just in case, if there are if there's a big party, I guess, where should they be parking? So the proponent is looking into it, and they're going to confirm that with the fire department and all that to make sure that, additional parking could be provided on the side drive, particularly at the cul-de-sac area. So I think, there's some concern that when you have a development such as a subdivision such as this, if you have a party, we want to make sure that there's some kind of accommodation for additional parking. The last section, which actually there's a few sections that I'd like to cover, which I think is very important, and this has to do with the recommendations that we have highlight in our review comment. And I'm going to try to summarize, instead of going through every single one of them, I'll comment 1 through 7. And they're all kind of related. And this has to do with the traffic operation analysis, specifically on Hildreth Street. I think we all know, it's a fact, that if you go to Hildreth, it's a very narrow two-way roadway, and it's so narrow that what traffic engineer used the term is it could almost serve as traffic calming, mainly because it's so narrow, people just can't drive fast. When you see someone coming, you have to slow down and let them pass. And so when we went out to look at the site, we have observed a lot of, there were certainly tire tracks that's outside of the pavement. And the roadway width, in general, it's about 15 feet wide. And that's substandard in today's design. And there are certain areas that's even narrower, the pinpoint, because of trees or vegetation, less than 15 feet. So I think as an engineer, if you go out to Hildreth, it's basically your first observation is that this roadway doesn't meet design standard because a typical roadway width is range from 22 to 24 feet, so that two cars can pass, safely. So I think if there's anything else, there's also, as I mentioned earlier, there are no sidewalks. In addition to the narrow roadway, pedestrian has to walk on the streets, and so I think. Is there room to improve or make the road wider? So we did a little collaboration, or essentially, we have inquired with the town engineering department, and based on the preliminary information that they've given us, they have noted that the town right-of-way on Hildreth, a good portion of it, range from easy 30 to 40 feet wide of roadway. So currently your pavement to pavement is in general about 15 with some pinch point, but the town actually right away showing is range from 30 to 40 depending on which section that you're looking at. So certainly there's room to widen the road and bring it to design standard and provide at a minimum a sidewalk on the easterly side, which is the side where you walk. If you were to walk on the east side, if there's a sidewalk, that would take you to the crosswalk at Billerica, and you would cross and go to the school. In the report, there's also discussion about, what if you don't widen the roadway? Can you make it one way? So there were a lot of pluses. There were some pluses, and there's also some minuses to making it one way. The one-way conversion basically it really eliminates a lot of the conflict points because it's just one way. The minute you make a two-way into a one-way, you minimize, reduce all the conflict points. So that's a plus. And then there's also, basically, you have a 15-foot one-way. You could, perhaps, allow on-street parking. And there are some pluses and there's some minuses that we need to be aware of. So you're making it one way, so the other traffic has to go somewhere, right? So potential there will be more traffic added to the adjacent streets. Mm-hmm. And there's also the inconvenience. You can't, if you make it one way, say, for example, coming in from Billerica, so now if you're leaving, you got to, perhaps drive a little further out to Grove and find a way out to Billerica. And if it's anything else, it's also a one-way street. Sometimes it has a tendency, because it's wider, it's one way, you could encourage a car driving faster through the residential roadway. So there are definitely pluses and minuses that needs to be considered and looked into. And if there's anything else needs to be discussed among all the key stakeholders, especially the neighbors that live there, because they're the one that's directly impacted. So I think, just in summary, very quickly, the proposed project, will, add, 10 to 15 vehicles to the system. And there's definitely going to be more pedestrians walking to school. And given the roadway that's substandard, I think, the road needs to be upgraded because you can't just add traffic or pedestrian to a 15-foot roadway and with pedestrian walking the streets. And, just for safety for vehicle and pedestrians. And emergency vehicle, which I didn't get to mention earlier on. And a sidewalk. I think that's important along a hill grade. So I think that's just a quick summary of our findings. And and I know there are a lot more information that we have looked into and identified, and I'm open to discuss. So if you have any questions.
Does anyone have any questions?
I've got a bunch, but I'll wait till the end. I'll let others go first this time.
You have the floor.
Oh, go ahead.
Others.
Take your first and last.
Yeah,
All right.
go ahead, because I want,
All right,
because
I'll start.
done with this.
All right. So I've got some general comments and questions. So in general, I was hoping to have this initial traffic study and the peer review to be a lot more focused on safety as opposed to pure volume increases and traffic pinch points. but I do appreciate some attention to the safety. The seasonal adjustments that were applied, were those in your peer review, were those found to be applied to the current and the proposed conditions?
Yes, yes, that's something we look into the minute when we noticed that the count was done in the month of December. So the proponent made adjustment to, in the state of Massachusetts, there are guidelines that how you should adjust volume and pedestrian as well. As you know, there'll definitely be more pedestrian on a nice spring day, kids walking to school and all that.
Okay. The study was done in a December day when the morning temperature was 20 and the afternoon temperature was 40. The study showed that, I believe, some of the morning pedestrian numbers were 0. Of course, they're going to be 0. It's a December 20-degree morning.
Yeah.
But the afternoons were a lot higher.
Yes.
When you do a seasonal adjustment of, I think it was 2.6, how do you adjust that with a 0 number in the morning? Because 0 times 2.6 is still 2.0, so it's effectively not adjusting anything.
Yeah, so I think at the end of the day, the proponent traffic, the data that they have used for analysis is, I think there were about 29 pedestrian volume just crossing below Ricker. I think they were both about 30 in the morning and in the evening, and they did make the adjustment. And it just, and you are correct, it doesn't make sense to have 0 when you're at 20 degree, Fahrenheit in the morning. So they did the proper adjustment, and we think that's reasonable for the 30 pedestrian that they have used in the analysis.
Okay. In the tables, I don't know if you can bring up the traffic study. In the tables for the analysis, it shows let's see if I can remember, the top piece of the table had the times and the data for 2 to 6 p.m. But below that, there was some analysis pieces that were ignoring the 2 to 3 p.m. period and starting at the 4 to 6. Can you explain that
Sure.
methodology?
Yes, I certainly could. So that's industry standard. And so when we do data collection, we do from, in this case, it's 6:30 to 9. Typically, it's from 7 to 9. And that's a lot of research being done, that's the peak morning period. And in the evening, it's usually between 4 and 6 p.m. And in this case, the proponent had, instead of starting at 4, they started at 2. So
We asked them to include the school day.
Okay, oh, great. Great suggestion, great suggestion. So typically what we would do is, for analysis, and this is industry standard, we look at the highest peak hour within from 2 to 6 p.m. So it turns out that the highest volume, basically you want to look at the worst case scenario, that one peak hour. And that's industry standard that we pick that one peak hour. And in this case, it's between the 5 and 6.
So my concern with that, though, is that industry standard shows normal intersections not next to a school. Because this is next to a school, we were hoping for the analysis to be done on the entire time frame that we were asking for. Because the traffic, if this weren't next to a school, absolutely the traffic would be the typical evening commute.
Yep.
But because this is next to the school, that peak period is essentially bigger than industry standard. And it's a unique situation in this case, which is why we were hoping to have the analysis expanded beyond those typical hours.
Yeah, so let me try to explain this a little more then. So the data that they collected between 2 and 6 p.m., so what they do is they technically they review all the data between 2 and 6. While they just pick 5 and 6 because that's the highest volume for the analysis, they also look at the volumes between 2 and 6. So they comb through each hour every 15 minutes. And if they were to do an analysis of every hour between 2 and 3, 3 and 4, 4 and 5, and 5 and 6, if they were to, which they could run it, that's not a problem. The analysis result, essentially the worst case would be between 5 and 6. And if they were to compare it with between 2 and 3, it wouldn't be as bad as between 5 and 6. So technically, they have looked at all the hours between 2 and 6.
Okay. I would need to look at the tables again, but I thought I saw some numbers in the earlier hours that were higher than the later hours.
Yeah, they provided all the backup, and I know the proponent traffic consultant is here. Scott, I'm pretty sure you look at all the volumes between 2 and 6, which we have provided, and I don't believe, I believe the highest is between 5 and 6, and that's why, that peak hour was selected. And he can certainly run between 2 and 3 if we want him to run it.
Okay.
But the result is not going to change what's in the report.
Okay, thanks. And then I have a bunch of questions and comments on the specific comments and responses. So for comment number 2, in the current conditions, or the existing conditions, I had a question about the stop sign and traffic control. A 4-way stop that's not controlled by stop signs. Everything that I've seen in the state manuals and driving instructions show that you slow down at the intersection, but you don't have to stop. Is that correct?
Are you referring to a 4-way stop?
A 4-way intersection,
Yep.
like we have in this neighborhood,
Yes.
that's not controlled by stop lines or stop signs.
Yeah.
It's my understanding that you're supposed to slow down, look for oncoming traffic, and proceed through if it's safe. It's not required to stop.
In the regulation, which is the MUTCD, the Manual for Uniform Traffic Control, which is the Bible of traffic engineers, at intersections, cars are required to stop if there's a stop sign and a stop bar. Whereas the approaches where there aren't any stop sign, they are not required to stop. So
Correct.
that's pretty clear.
Okay, because in the comment and response, actually in the response, it says, despite the absence of a stop sign and a stop line, these approaches operate under stop conditions. Seems to me that's incorrect.
Yeah, that's the observation I think they have evaluated. So what we have highlighted is that the inventory that they have collected at the intersection, a lot of them, which is incorrect, because if there's no stop sign, then cars are not allowed to stop. They don't have to stop. But there are intersections which I think some of you might have driven, especially at local residential streets. There are intersections where there's practically no traffic control signs. So I think, for example, you could go to a very rural area with a T intersection, but there are no traffic control signs. So what is the traffic supposed to do when, for example, if they arrive at a T intersection where there's no stop control sign? So I think, according to law, technically you don't have to do anything because there's no traffic control device to tell you what you're supposed to do. But common sense would tell you that, gee, there may not be a stop sign. I should probably slow down and do a rolling stop, not a complete stop, but a rolling stop, and see if there's any cars approaching, and then you enter the intersection.
But my point is that current residents probably know how to approach those stop signs.
Yes.
New residents coming in likely will not.
Yes, yes. So we would suggest that to eliminate any confusion, at an intersection where there are no traffic control. We would look into it to make sure that it is safe for the cars to approach the intersection.
Okay. Comment number 6. On the, I believe it's the future conditions. Yes. So the comment is that it's not wide enough for a large truck and a passenger vehicle to pass one another. And the response talks about the probability of 2 large vehicles approaching each other, essentially trucks, being low. It does not address a passenger vehicle and a truck, which is more likely in that neighborhood.
We would not get into the probability because no one really knows. And I think, as I stated, the roadway is substandard, and I think it needs to be upgraded for safety.
Yeah, and we've seen videos and photos that it's actually impossible in some of those areas to put 2 cars together.
Yeah, we wouldn't get into that.
Okay. Recommendation number 6. Oh, actually, before we get there, the comment 7.
Sure.
Related to tire tracks on the northwest corner of Hildreth and Plum. The response is that it's not due to the proposed development, but would it be more likely to happen during construction of that development because of the turning radius and the increased number of trucks during construction?
Well, we think it's more than that. And that's why I think in my comments, the project is pretty much, the frontage is very close to this intersection. And so I think we have mentioned in our comments that we want to make sure that, the frontage of the proposed development of Hildreth should be, improved. And that's bringing up to standard and all that. So I think the tire tracks that we have mentioned at the intersections just indicate that, that intersection, it's substandard, because it's part of Hildreth, the roadway is very narrow.
Okay. And then comment number... Oh, you already covered that one with the speed. So one of the questions I was going to have for you is if you do implement a one-way direction, then you would likely be increasing the speed, which would have potential knock-on safety implications for the neighborhood and pedestrians.
That is correct.
Okay. All right. I think that's all I've got for now.
Okay. Anyone else?
I just have a question for Paul. Going back to our responsibility, and I think it was 80, general law about safety, like what we're, 81, right? Like
81M.
81M.
Yep.
Right? So I'm still, I mean, again, like, I have the 17-foot street. And to me, you know, you can't change the past, right? And I know what it's like when you have to, every time you pull up a street, you know, get out of your driveway, you wait to see if anybody's coming down, and then, you know, when they pull into their driveway, then you go. I mean, that's the game you play on these older streets. Knowing that the street is, Hildreth is smaller than what I'm dealing with, to me, it's, you know, whatever's grandfathered in the neighborhood is grandfathered. We can't do anything about it. But I, at this point, can't, like, I'm a no on the subdivision, and I'm a hard no. And, like, to me, it's about safety. I know, like, you know, he's saying that we have to upgrade Hildreth. It's not standard size. Adding 6 duplexes to this is not an acceptable answer. So, based off of what we've heard and what the law says, can I say that? Can I be a no? And even if I can't say it, I'm still saying it. They can sue me.
I agree with Anita. I also have the same concerns. And it's going to be very tough at this point to budge what I think.
So we have had this discussion previously, and I mentioned General Laws, Chapter 41, Section 81M discusses roadways having sufficient width, grade, and construction. There is case law that allows a planning board to consider the adequacy of off-site roadways pursuant to that standard under Section 81M, but it does require that you have a provision in your rules and regulations that's reasonably definite that would put a developer on notice that they're going to be potentially be required to either upgrade or that they would be denied because of an ability to upgrade so that there is
Not solely denied.
adequate.
By the way, not solely denied on that.
Understood.
You know what I mean?
Sure. But the point is, the question is whether or not there is a provision of your subdivision rules or regulations that is sufficiently definite. So Section 202-10, action by planning board, one of the bases for your decision is you need to make a determination that the development at this location does not entail unwarranted hazard to safety, health, and convenience of future residents of the development or of others because of possible natural disasters, traffic hazard, or other environmental degradation. That was really the only provision in your rules and regulations that I reviewed that I think is arguably sufficient and reasonably definite to put an applicant on notice. There is a separate provision under 202-10 that you have to make, a determination whether it's consistent with the purposes of the subdivision control law. So the main case on this is Northlanders Corporation versus Falmouth Planning Board. And in that case, the Falmouth Planning Board had a local regulation that basically verbatim adopted the reasonable width, grade, and construction language from Section 81M. The SJC, in reviewing that decision, cited approvingly that provision was present, it was reasonably definite, and put a developer on notice as to what standards they were going to be subjected to. I'd be happier if your regulations had a similar statement if we're going to try to rely upon Section 81M. But I think that there is at least a valid basis for relying upon the statement that is in your regulations.
As part of your explanation, can you talk more about 2026E, ways in existence? How does that?
Well, so that has to do with determinations as to whether or not a particular plan shows a subdivision or whether it's approvable as an approval not required endorsement. And yeah, so subsection E, subsection 3 is roadway constructed at least 18 feet wide with at least 8 inches of gravel and with adequate provisions for drainage. One thing I would note is I think that does in a way set a minimum standard so that if a board is looking at a development in making a determination that there is insufficient width, grade, and construction, that if it can be brought up to this standard, then that should be sufficient for the board, because this would allow you to approve it as an A&R. So I don't think that you can require a off-site roadway to be improved beyond that standard.
So Paul, then the question becomes, how does the fact that that part of the street is accepted or not accepted factor into this?
So the Northlanders case had to do with inadequacy of a public way. So it's not really a determinative factor. Even if it's a public way, if it's not sufficient to serve the use, and I can go to the language in section 81M. The powers of a planning board and a board of appeal under the subdivision control law shall be exercised with due regard for the provision of adequate access to all of the lots in a subdivision by ways that will be safe and convenient for travel, for lessening congestion in such ways and in the adjacent public ways, for reducing danger to life and limb in the operation of motor vehicles, securing safety in the case of fire, flood, panic, and other emergencies, for ensuring compliance with the applicable zoning ordinance or bylaws, securing adequate provision for water, sewer, drainage, underground utility services, fire, police, and other similar municipal equipment, and street lighting and other requirements where necessary in a subdivision, and for coordinating the ways in a subdivision with each other and with the public ways in the city or town in which it is located, and with the ways in neighboring subdivisions. A very long sentence.
Yes. A thought on that one. It was a pretty long sentence, and I'm not sure I remember the beginning of it anymore.
I don't either.
But is there?
Essentially, it does provide the ability to take into consideration the sufficiency of adjacent public ways.
Does it also, I mean, I'm wondering how this would set up if a town decided that the easiest way to keep things from happening was to keep the roads inadequate. At what point, if any, would there be an argument that, look, you know, the town's just doing this as a backdoor way to avoid zoning, why don't they just fix the road? Has that kind of argument ever been made, and are we at any risk of seeing that kind of argument?
How are they going to fix the road if it's only, like,
The right-of-way is 30 feet.
Yeah, but that would be
It
seems like that's
detrimental
under
to the
dispute.
neighborhood.
Well, yeah, it would make a mess of the neighborhood.
Yeah,
I totally agree.
That's the
But-
rub. That's the
Right.
rub. It's a
But-
dead end in my mind.
So-
It's a
so
dead
But
Mike,
in that
I will
particular
say-
case, the town's got the rights.
Under Chapter 40B,
Yeah,
there's probably instances where a town could be required to
to upgrade a road.
upgrade the roadway.
Are
This is
we-
not
yeah.
Chapter 40B, though.
Okay,
But
Yeah.
under what you just read, it referred to it a public way.
yeah.
Yes.
And I thought there was some indication from DPW that a portion of Hildreth was not an accepted public way.
I think it's stuff at the end.
But it's simpler.
Oh, it's the full thing?
Septic
Okay,
public
I
way.
just,
What do you mean, it's simpler?
In terms of whether or not the board can require it to be upgraded if it's a private way,
What's the answer?
the answer is yes.
Unilaterally, the planning board has that
Well,
authority?
so the analysis would be the same in terms of whether it's public or private here because it's off-site, right? So it's an adjacent,
Yeah.
either public or private way, in this case, a little bit of both. I'm not sure whether the town would have the authority to require it to be upgraded if it's outside of the control of the applicant, if the applicant didn't have any rights
Yeah.
to upgrade the way, but where there is a right, an easement right to pass and repass, which certainly is being claimed as part of this application, there's also a right to upgrade and to ensure
is
that
it-
there's adequate.
both of our
capacity.
traffic experts are in agreement that it is not a safe roadway as of right
or at
now.
least it's not substandard. I
It's
think.
substandard, in your opinion, and is the other guy here? Are you?
For the applicant?
Yes, yeah. So you guys are in agreement of the condition of the road right now?
I think that in,
Scott, can you just go to the mic, please?
Scott Thornton with Vanessa and Associates. I think that the way that the road is used and the volume that's on the road and what is projected to be added by this development, the road, the points of constriction that the road presents, as Mr. Ho mentioned, it does have a traffic calming effect. So I think that, there are some points where traffic has to slow and that has an effect of reducing speeds. And that's applicable, and that's adequate for access on this road.
Your number was 11, yours was 33 or 35?
11.
Trips per day added from the new development.
Yeah, so.
You were at 11, you were at 33, if I remember correctly.
So the study is at 9 in the morning for 12 units, 8 and 15.
Tripling the trips is what we're thinking.
The number of new trips added to the roadway system is between 9 and 15, depending on the time of the day. In the morning, it's 9. In the evening,
Are you
people
guys
returning.
in agreement on that, though?
Yes.
No, it's
That's in your report.
It's 8.
Oh, 8, 9.
Right, but so it's 8, and then it's 8 in the morning and 15 total.
Yes.
And
That's
then,
what I'm referring to.
but it's not 9.
Oh, okay.
So.
Okay, I just,
So,
as long as you're in
just because
agreement.
you're drawing the point. So but then some of that traffic goes on to Hildreth, some of it goes on to Plum.
Thought in
goes
the
out.
notes I read something.
So.
I'm still a no.
Yeah. either way.
So just so I'm clear on this, even though it's a private way, the statute allows the board to require it to be upgraded with the developer having certain legal rights to upgrade it. The town has no role in upgrading it.
The statute, when read in conjunction with the planning board subdivision rules and regulations.
So at whose cost? The town or the applicant?
The applicants.
Okay.
At 180,000?
But legally, the town would have no right to go in and do the work.
On the private portion?
Correct.
Absolutely not, correct.
And to what extent would the developer have to get any permissions or approvals beyond whatever the planning board was considering?
They would have to go through DPW
For what purpose?
if they're going to expand the roadway within the public portion.
But if it's within the private portion, what, other than the planning board, I guess,
They need the approval of the definitive subdivision.
what about the abutters on the road, or?
That would require a title search. I can't answer that question without it.
So can we talk about what the private portion is? It's the entire length of Hildreth from Billerica to Plum, correct?
According to DPW, this image reflects what they believe is the unaccepted portion. Did you have information that you wanted to?
Not this one.
Okay.
So that would be the entire stretch of road that would
And I
need to
think,
be
I think
improved.
what your peer review consultant was suggesting at a minimum was that they should be required to upgrade the portion along their frontage at a minimum. Is that what you were saying?
Yes.
It was,
So and again, that's based upon industry standard methodology. The board, as council's indicating, may have the ability, or does have the ability, to look beyond the frontage of the subject site.
And I think that's where the main problem is beyond the frontage.
Right.
So fixing only the frontage is kind of pointless. It would have to be that entire stretch, because that's where the traffic is going to go, in either direction.
And I think the developer, I think, in a comment, provided an estimate.
No, that was,
Just for a sidewalk, I thought.
that was
to
an
make the
estimate.
sidewalk, you have to expand the road. In here, it says it's $180,000. This is what I'm reading, I don't know.
I didn't know to what extent what that included. widening the road and a sidewalk.
Wasn't that on,
But I think the question is if it were to comply with the subdivision minimum standards,
So
it's that.
that comment is a sidewalk on the east side of Hildreth between the project and Billerica Road. That's not the entire width of the road, and it's not addressing the entire problem.
Yeah,
So-
if I could, you're right, that's adding a sidewalk on the edge of the road. And because there are,
Because it's a safe road right now.
there's numerous features that are there with stone walls and trees and other impediments. Those would have to get rebalanced and removed as the case.
So-
I'm sorry. what
Do
was
you
your question?
usually put a sidewalk on a road that can't handle normal traffic?
We're just responding to a request.
So.
Is it done? I don't know, I'm just asking.
I haven't come across that.
You can't fit the vehicles to
Situation.
begin with on the roadway. You're gonna fit a sidewalk there also?
Well, so the sidewalk would be on the edge, on the outside edge of the road.
And keep the road the same width?
Yeah.
With the
So-
same hazard sitting right next to someone trying to walk?
Paul, can I just add one thing? So if this estimate at 180,000 is for just the sidewalk on one side of the road, not widening the road, that means that if we require widening the entire road from that entire stretch and adding the sidewalk, that would be well over 180,000. And the applicant has already said that in that comment, that the 180,000 is prohibitively expensive for one project to bear, then I cannot see this happening. If it's too expensive to just do the sidewalk, then it's obviously too expensive to do the entire stretch of road.
And disrupt the neighborhood to boot.
Yeah. Well, I'm a bit confused here because I heard earlier tonight 30-foot right-of-way. Then I hear private way. Which one is it? Does anybody title search this stuff? Do we, is somebody going to title search? Do we know who owns what?
That doesn't make sense, yeah.
All we know is that that portion of Hildreth has not been accepted as.
It has not been accepted, okay. But it could still have a right-of-way on it.
DPW
going to the town, does it?
provided the plan.
It wouldn't be going to the town if it hasn't been accepted.
Okay, so that would be a right-of-way,
Which
would
Paul was
burden
suggesting
the
that they
the
may have.
properties on the side, but would not burden the town.
Correct.
Okay. Which means that the only way to get anything built there would be to go get the individual owners.
Well, if there's already an easement and it's.
Yeah, or
it's a
operate against the
dedicated
easement that you have.
right of way, then there's.
So
an
who does the
inherent right
easement run to? Who holds the easement?
Would need to do the title research to figure that out.
We gotta figure this out.
But that likely hasn't been done because the applicant and others are waiting for the board to give some indication, some direction. Like
Well, I'm a no.
if the title search was done, would that assist the board in furthering conversation?
If the title search were done, the applicant would still have to pay for the work. And they've already said 180,000 for the sidewalk is too expensive.
Right, so I think that's probably why the title search
Yeah.
hasn't been done in any additional detail.
So if they're not willing to do the sidewalk, they obviously aren't willing to do the whole street, in which case I wouldn't approve this because it's obviously not wide enough.
It's obvious when you walk down the road.
Yeah.
so do we want to do a straw poll?
Joe, why waste
Would
anybody's
the
time?
applicant like us to do a straw poll?
Well, three of you have already announced your intentions. Kind of the straw poll is kind of meaningless at this point.
Okay. May want to rethink what you want to put there and come back with something.
No, I think you should be rethinking, making an opinion known before the hearing's been closed and all the information presented. So I think we just heard that three of you have predetermined the outcome, and that three of you.
We're
have already-
stuck at one issue.
He needs to get up to the.
Yeah, get up.
Can't speak from the audience.
It's an issue we can't get by.
I think three of you have made your opinions known, unequivocally.
I'm sorry, can you identify yourself, please?
Doug Hausler for the applicant, with offices at 10 North Road. So I have significant concerns that three of you have already probably disqualified yourselves from voting. So
How
I
is
want to
that?
thank you
How
for doing
is
that.
that?
How is that? Is because
We're trying to save the client time.
you asked me a question, I'd like to reply without being interrupted. Can we do that?
Yeah, we can.
Thank you. You're making a statement you're voting against. The hearing hasn't even been concluded, all the information isn't before you. So, thank you for disqualifying yourselves.
We're at.
And now we have to decide whether or not we want to go forward or not, under what circumstances. That's for my client to have to sit down with his professionals to review. I find it hard to believe that a road that's been in existence where the fire department has not made any concerns known about the safety in their report, their concerns, nor the police, but three members of a board who have no particular training in fire safety or vehicular traffic or patterns have come up with the conclusions and make an opinion. That's up to you folks. I know you get elected to this board, that's great, but you haven't heard all the evidence.
Can I respond? All I'm saying, for myself, I'm at an impasse on the project. I'm just trying to give you due notice to look around the board and come up with a different plan. That's all I'm saying.
No, it's not what you said. I'll let the record speak for itself. Thank you.
And I would like to respond to that, too. I have actually not said how I'm going to vote. I said, if the applicant is not willing to pay for a $180,000 sidewalk, it's unlikely that the applicant would be willing to pay to redo the entire street. It's also the traffic beta reviewer's opinion that the street needs to be improved in order for this project to happen. So I'm taking the traffic expert opinion. I did not come up with that opinion. And I'm using the comment that was provided in the traffic response that the $180,000 is prohibitively expensive for one project to bear. So if the applicant is not willing to do the $180,000, and if the applicant is unlikely to do more, then I don't see how I could vote for this. I never said I wasn't going to vote for this. There were a lot of ifs in that statement.
Okay,
I'll let the record speak for itself. That's fine.
that's fine.
You
We
can
haven't
backtrack
got to
all
the
you want.
environmental yet. I
Okay,
watched Concom last night.
okay, you know what? This is not a fruitful conversation.
Just saying.
It's unfortunate. I'd rather hear everybody's exact position of what they need to get to a yes vote, lay out their concerns one by one, put them in writing, and then we can address them or not. I think there is a legal issue here about how the road has been used, how far that acceptance does or does not go.
Yeah, true.
I've already found one case, and I have the sites in with me, and I'll share them with Paul later. But it already says that where a street which is unimproved, hasn't been approved by the town, has not been accepted, yet the road is used constantly by the people, the amount of traffic that's being added by the proposed project is fairly minimal, which this is, according to that court's standard. And I'll go through, the amount of, it even got into the point of 18-wheel trucks coming and going at one time. The decision was very, very similar to what we're talking about here. And the court said, it's a hard argument to have a planning board say no to when it's being used like that all the time. In fact, one could argue that by the building out the new road element for this subdivision, the cul-de-sac, you're creating a way for other vehicles to come by more safely because a car can pull over and allow a car to come back. There's also been testimony tonight by both, not only that issue, but also about you want to keep it going at a slow pace, so therefore, don't touch the road at all, and let the client use the road just like every other person in Chelmsford uses the road. reasonably, safely, and inconsistent with the use that exists today, that's supported by your fire department and your police department. And if you deny it on that basis, then we go to the appeal, and that's what we do for a living.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doug. All right.
Public comment?
I think we might be done with the traffic for tonight,
Yeah, seems enough.
and maybe we should close the public hearing, or continue the public hearing.
The applicant left it that they were going to reconvene with their client
Mhm.
and report back to the board. So
Mhm.
maybe continuing it at this point makes sense.
Yeah.
Nothing's resolved.
Right.
You want to open up to public comment? Anybody?
Yeah, public.
Sorry?
We gotta take public comment.
Public comment?
There's a lot of people here.
Yep.
But before then, I just want to point out, the board, at the end of this process, has to provide a detailed
Sure.
written decision with all of its reasons why it's denying or approving the project.
Of course.
And so my advice would be to continue hearing with the process, get all of the information,
Yeah.
so that you can, at the end of the process, render that decision.
So what you're referring to is traffic is one element of a
Of
review and
course.
approval.
Correct.
Right, right.
Would we need to consider anything, especially if what we were going to do in the end was not to deny, but to approve, but condition it, for example, the number of units, to say has 2, 3, something like that?
I don't see what you would use as the basis for that, rather than imposing a condition that would require them to widen the roadway to the minimum standards in your rules and regulations.
All right, so I guess we'll open up to public input. We have gotten a number of emails and photos and,
You want to focus on traffic tonight, or?
yeah, I would like to keep it to traffic.
I'm definitely going to keep it traffic. My name's Nate Montero. I live at 4 Hildred Street. I live at the top. There was a lot to digest, so I got my notes here. In the traffic study, it said, and when I say traffic study, I don't really mean traffic study. It should be safety study. That should be it. Traffic, there's really no traffic on our street. It's safety. And that's what's the number one thing on this. How fast did you find them going? Was 15, 18? How fast were they going when you radioed them? This morning, I walked 3 kids at 8:57 to center school. My daughter and my twins behind me. 3 cars, 2 leaving, 1 coming. No sidewalk. Where do I go? I huddle around. I approach the crosswalk. There's cars everywhere. How is that going to be measured? And like he said, the crosswalk is important. And when you said hypothetically, it wasn't hypothetically. Just this morning, 3 of us walking. There's no lights on Hildreth. It doesn't take into account. We just went to Blingo night, 6:30 at night in February. 5 of us, we walked to the top. There's no lights. What happens when my kids go down the street and have to play? They're just going to walk in the dark? And why is it only acceptable to have a sidewalk that ends at the development? What happens when they want to go down? It's just a free-for-all? And when the gentleman says that the road's not going to change, you're adding cars. You're adding cars. How is that not changing the road? And the 30 to 40 right-of-way, this past summer, Chelmsford DPW cut down 2 trees in front of 95 Billerica Road. They cut them down. They measured it. I was there. There's a stake in the ground across my street. We took a tape. It's 24 feet from where he measured it. It's 24 feet. It goes 4 feet in my yard. The road is 13.9 inches, and it's about 4 to 5 feet behind the tree. So 30 to 40 feet, that's basically taking my house and putting it out sideways and sticking it on Hildreth and saying that's the road, the town's right of way. And when the sidewalk is gonna be implemented and the street's not touched, I live in number 4. We get groceries. My wife parks on the driveway. You know why? Not to mess up my grass, but to let other people pass, and I don't get a mirror that's clipped. And then we move it. If there's a sidewalk there, how do they enter? Do we just go right over the sidewalk? How do we do that? Have you been down 95 Belk Road where that dips in the fence? How are they gonna build a sidewalk? Are they gonna fill it in where this much of his fence is showing? That doesn't make a lot of sense. I mean, I texted the other owner, I said, you might wanna check into this. Approaching my yard, approaching my driveway. I'm at an impasse. What do? They pull over in front of number 6, in front of the McMasters. They pull all the way over, and I stand there. I gotta put my blinker on to go left. That's what we deal with as residents there. If you wanna see a true measure of the cars that are on the road, stop by on Sunday. My daughter's turning 6. We're gonna have a birthday party. There's gonna be cars on the road. Imagine there's cars on the road, plus a development, coming and going. It's on a Sunday. Everyone's home. There's no traffic study on the Sunday. Coming and going. It's gonna be nice out, people walking. I agree with you guys. I definitely see your struggle, but think about the neighbors. I know you have a legal issue, and I would respect that you guys think carefully before approving this. And Deirdre, I watched you online, and I believe you quoted something about negatively, adversely affecting the neighborhood. This is it in a nutshell. Thank you.
Kevin Chiavelli, 11 Hildreth. I was actually home the day the gentleman came and was doing the review of the roads. And he basically just drove up and down the road, got out of his car a couple times and looked. That's what he did. He couldn't, then I watched him leave. He couldn't exit Hildreth Street because someone was entering Hildreth Street. He had to back his car down. I mean, that doesn't show up in the report. They don't talk about that because that would be negative. But I physically watched it. I was walking my dogs and, that's what I saw. I'm constantly losing more and more frontage of my property. They talk about the ruts, but that's where people go when they need to move over. So I'm losing a lot more of my property in the front. I'm debating whether to put big stones there, but I don't want to do that because someone's going to get a flat tire. I'm right at that corner where they had the sight line problems. People run over that all the time. I have 4 big boulders there. 2 weeks ago, a truck came by right over the boulders, put the boulder in the middle of the road. I had to call the Chelmsford Police Department because I couldn't move the boulder back. I figured they'd call DPW. But the officer was kind enough to help me, and we rolled it back into its spot. If this development does get approved, it's going to definitely devastate our neighborhood. But thank you.
Good evening. Bob Gothier at 22 Hildreth Street. I don't know if you can pull up that map that showed just the top half of Hildreth Street with the gray.
Yep. One more time. I think it's this one.
That's one above that.
One above it, there we go. Thank you.
Apparently you can tell we've been going over this thing quite a bit.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to talk about something else, but one of the things, if you look at that map, look at that area that you say we should widen the road to. How close is that to some of those houses? Want to walk down your front steps on the road? Take care of all the trees that are there now? Take care of the walls that are there now? Nate would need an elevator getting in and out of his driveway? Because his driveway slopes off the road right now? That's one issue, but think about that. My questions is, my comment is about one of their recommendations. Making it a one-way street, because that way you won't have the congestion. Okay, let's see. On Hildreth Street, there is one fire hydrant on Hildreth Street. By the way, that's all the way down the end of the street in front of my house. I like it there, but it's all the way down the end of the street. There is one fire hydrant on Hildreth Street. There are no overhead lights or street lights on Hildreth Street from beginning to end. I've been there for 12 years, go up and down the street almost every night. I haven't found one yet. Okay, now, the street currently consists of 15 addresses. Of those 15 addresses, 7 are south of Plum Street. And we're talking about, and the current proposal is adding 12 units to the 15, only 11 in addition to the 15, because one would be removed. If you make it a one-way street going out, going from south to north, I have no problem, I can leave my house. But I can't get back. How do I get back? Oh, it's going on permanent down at Plum. Nope, wait a minute, it's one way going back out again. I can do that all day. I can't get home. It's one way coming from the Ricker Road south down to the end of the street. I can go to my house. I can't leave. How about emergency vehicles? They're supposed to follow traffic rules. I'm going to have an ambulance come to my house and pick me up and bring me to the hospital. Have I, Mars? Okay, more than once. They can either come to my house and get me, or I have to walk up the street apparently. Or come and get me and I'll leave. There is a paper road coming from Winter Street over to Hildreth Street. I had a four-wheel drive truck. I can drive over the street, over the surface. There's a brook there. That's a paper bridge. That's a problem. I can't forge a paper bridge. Now, that's 7 out of the 15 residents. I'm not talking like one person, the outlier. 7 out of 15. And look at your maps, look at your addresses, and that's what's there right now. Now, when I moved there 12 years ago, I liked the street nice and narrow, like the trees over the street, make it like a nice country road. But it has its limitations. Ice parking is one of them. But the other problem is, make it a one-way street. What are you doing with it? The other is, make it a wider street from Plum up to Billerica. What do these people do? What happens to their property? Not so much the value of the property. I don't want to be a NIMBY. But you love that gray block, that gray rectangle. Look at how close they are to some of the houses. What happened to their frontage? They have no answer for that. Or if they do, I'd like to hear it. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, Paul Wood, 16 Hill Street. Just want to thank you for being very patient. I know you got my video. It was a neighborhood video. Not going to play it tonight or anything like that. I just want to make sure, there's more question what happened. That video, was that on the permanent record with the town?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, and all those pictures I sent you and my emails, I just want to make sure they were in the package. And the only other thing...
They've been forwarded to the board.
Okay, and I just want to make sure they're in there for if they ever need it legally or something. And the only other frustrating point is neither of the peer studies, I think, got out and measured the road of 13 feet 9 inches. I had those talking points I sent, the 700 feet, 2/3 of it, you cannot pass 2 cars. It's impassable, regardless of trucks or whatever they call them. So it's just not, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay,
Sorry, real quick, one comment that Bob didn't make about one-way roads. If you make it one-way exiting onto Bill Ricker Road at going up Hildreth, you're dumping into the schoolhouse. If you make it one-way the other way, you're dumping into the fire station and town hall, neither of which can handle more traffic than they already have. Thank you.
thank you. Okay, I will take a motion to continue the
I
public
will
hearing.
move to continue to the next meeting, the 27th. Is that when we're going? Yeah, anywhere else to send
It's
it?
a busy agenda, but
Well,
I'm not,
at
you know,
least.
the
at
way the
least
applicant has
Friday.
left it is they're going to convene
Yeah.
with their client and report back. So that shouldn't, I mean, that in and of itself shouldn't take too long.
Yeah, if it takes a continuance, it takes a continuance.
We're gonna have to manage the 27th. We'll have to manage the time limits on each agenda item.
I'll second that.
Favor?
Aye.
Okay. Last but not least,
You need me for anything else?
Hope not.
Thank you.
new
Unless you
public
really
hearing.
wanna stay.
Thanks, Bob.
I'd like to go home and eat dinner.
You'll be back for next week, next meeting?
New public hearing for 41
I
Central
put the
Square.
27th on my calendar.
Yeah, good idea.
Oddfellows Project LLC requesting a special permit for reduction parking to a previously approved, oh, you know what? I'm gonna recuse. Because I'm in a butter, sorry.
Oh, okay.
So,
Who
I
wants to
guess,
take this? I guess I get it.
Mike, it's all you.
Okay. All right, let me figure out where we're at. Find my space in the agenda. Even looking at the right. Okay.
sorry about that.
I can read the letters if you want.
Just read the legal ad off the agenda.
Yeah, okay. Very good. Okay, new public hearing for 41 Central Square, Oddfellows Project LLC, request for a special permit for a reduction in parking to the previously approved special permit. This project requires a special permit per section 19518, off-street parking and loading, for an additional reduction of 12 parking spaces to accommodate an additional 30 seats within a restaurant. The site is located in the Center Village District and is shown as parcel 1D, map 84, block 334, lot 11, and consists of approximately 30,040 square feet. And you are?
Human Bayani from Oddfellows Project LLC.
Okay.
If I may ask the board, I noticed that in the last hearing that you had some comments and questions about the project and how it's going. And I'd like to read a statement that would partially answer that and partially answer the, well, talk
Yeah, I
about
think
the
it'd be more
request
than
that we have.
appropriate. Go ahead. I hope it's not too long.
No, I won't be as long as the previous ones. Thank you. So we started the journey to acquire and rebuild the Oddfellows Hall in August of 2019. On July of 2021, the board granted us the approval for the project. And immediately after the closing of on the property, we started demolition and the interior and exterior of the building. Soon after, because of the COVID pandemic, we faced many challenges with availability of the subcontractors, supply of materials, and certain prices, and everything from lumber to appliances. Our project basically was completed in December of 2022, but due to a 9-month delay on a 1,000-amp electric switchgear, we could not move forward. Everything came to a complete halt. We finally got our equipment delivered in August of 2023. Soon after, we were able to get our COO on early September of 2023, see, but 2 weeks' time. And 4 months before, we had offered the Fishbone's employees at a discounted rate to rent these apartments. And unfortunately, they were not interested, nor the timing was right for them. And once that didn't go through, we offered it to, public market, and we were able to rent all the units ranging from $1,900 to $2,400 a month. And the last unit was rented on January of 2024. And part of securing the financing for the restaurant project is the lenders look for a rent roll generated by incoming property, the income property that, based on those margins, they can determine the financing for the restaurant phase of our project. So we needed those units to be rented in order to show revenue to move forward to the second phase. And at that point, we had enjoyed working with the architects that we have because they specialize in historic remodels. Unfortunately, when it came time for designing the restaurant, we both parties decided that we should explore other options, and they were not the right firm to do the design for the restaurant. So at that point, we started interviewing 3 well-known architects in the area, and finally chose to work with Souza Design Architects. And they've done many upscale restaurants in Massachusetts and all over the country. They have multiple awards. They've been on HGTV, Boston Globe, Home and Property, Boston Magazine, so on and so forth. And we hired that company. Unfortunately, they couldn't start working on our project until February, which they already have, and we submitted a plan of their first design that they've done for us. And we are now before you asking for additional relief on parking requirements, because we realized that based on the plans that we got from them, that we have a capacity of adding 30 seats to the restaurant. And part of that is the parking relief, and the other part is paying for the sewer capacity that we're going to be using for the restaurant. And we've already been talking to DPW, and adding the seats is extremely crucial to the success of our restaurant. As much as so, we are willing to pay $40,000 extra for the sewage capacity fee that they require. And based on a 3-year forecast that we've done for the lender, these seats represent 14% increase in our revenue, and that would really help us with the financing for the restaurant project.
Yeah.
So we are now on track, with the design and plans, and working with various subcontractors to get them involved with the project as we make progress with the architect's designs and engineer designs. And that's where we are at this point. So thank you for taking the time, consider our application. And one last request is, please feel free to contact us directly going forward. When there are rumors and any other talk in the town about the, whereabouts of the project and the restaurant, we've heard also the rumors of us gone bankrupt a year ago. We don't intend to do the restaurant, and so on and so forth. But there was a sort of no way for us to contact the board directly. And everybody hears different rumors, so we just want to make sure if you have questions going forward, please to contact us directly. We'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now, so I understand you're asking for 12 additional.
Relief.
Your spaces of relief.
Yes.
Additional to the 11 that the special permit had already.
Correct.
Correct.
Okay, so this is,
Yeah, I'm sorry. The original one was based on
Okay.
100 seats.
Yep.
So the 30 extra seats would require additional relief.
okay.
So no increase in spaces,
No increase in spaces, it's a number changing on a,
a change from
Form.
31% relief to 42%.
it's pretty
That's a
high.
lot.
On the other hand,
We can go up to 50, I believe.
yeah, I think we have the range to do it.
Right, Evan?
You do, but via special permit.
Okay, and that's what we're looking at.
Yeah, just a question on that,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman. So, does anyone, either the presenter or maybe Evan, have numbers like how this would impact, like how this would lower the amount of spaces available for public parking? Because one of my concerns is, if about a couple of years ago, the town purchased a parking lot there for $575,000. So I just want to make sure that if this relief is granted, there's still plenty of parking for the public to use
Well,
on
I
this lot.
I presume this isn't going to change what the town now owns. Is that correct?
Correct, nothing on the ground changes.
Nothing on the ground changes.
Lot lines don't change.
But the available parking in town will,
Yeah, that.
Because
that-
I would assume, like,
because those 30 people or 15 couples will park in the public lot.
that's a lot.
So to answer your question, John, there's been no parking utilization study since the town's acquired the parking lot.
The reason I asked is just having visited this property to go to another business in the center recently, I think over the years, when that property's been kind of underutilized, everyone sort of got used to parking just about anywhere. Now, when you go in, as you would expect, you see signs saying up front, certain spaces are
park
reserved
here,
for
don't park there,
residents, certain spots are reserved for Santander, certain spots are reserved for the Fisk House, and I understand that, but I just want to make sure that, we're not going down a road that we'll regret.
Well, okay, and
What about valet? Have you ever thought about offering a valet service?
Originally, when we were part of the much larger project, as you recall, there were 32 units were going to go in with, the parcel that the town purchased and all that. We really didn't have the number of parking spaces at that point because they're going to be subdivided in a different manner at that point. So we did explore with the church nearby and other establishments that had parking. We did not get a positive response from them in terms of, working together in any way we can.
Would you be willing, if there is an issue with parking, to revisit the valet, work something out?
Well,
If in real time we see there's an issue with the parking.
Yeah, I mean, we could definitely explore any options that might be out there. However, we do have, for security purposes, we have Ring cameras over the parking lot. And we monitor it all the time. There's never been a time that all the parking spaces that the town owns in the back has been occupied.
Yeah, that's
And-
been my observation, yeah.
Because there isn't a restaurant
There
there
isn't a
yet.
130-seat restaurant. What I'm saying is, in
Yeah.
real time, if this
Yeah.
becomes like a problem,
Yes.
is that something you're willing to revisit?
I would. I am not the restaurant operator, but my partner will be. You probably won't see me until if there's another project in town, but let him, Ali answers that.
Hi, my name is Ali Zoshafatin, Oddfellows Project. I think absolutely that's a good option to have, especially for the customers. I think, how many spaces do we have now? I don't know, 47.
A lot
So,
of people would probably use that service if they could pull right up and then, and not worry about their car.
Right.
You know what I mean?
absolutely. But we also have 47 spaces available,
Yeah,
so.
like special event,
Correct.
whatever,
Correct.
In real time, if we saw
Correct.
a problem.
I wasn't part of the original project and approval, so I've got a few questions in general about the project. Do you mind?
Go ahead.
Okay. On this specific proposal, you mentioned in the narrative that it's going to be the $40,000 fee for the increase in sewer.
Almost 40,000,
Yeah.
yeah.
But the DPW letter that was dated after that proposal says that the sewer discussions are still in progress and needs to be reviewed.
Yeah, the reasoning being that we've been asking the DPW regarding the number of seats that we've been requesting. Part of that would be outdoor seating. And outdoor seating is only applicable if you have wonderful summer, maybe 2.5 months. We were wondering if that would still be considered as part of the overall seating. And they finally got back to us, and Evan had to step in to clarify everything, that they would, no matter how long the seats are in question. So that was the only question that was going back and forth, and we weren't clear on.
So we would still need a clean letter from DPW on this.
On the
Sewer.
If you'd like, yeah.
Because their letter that's recent is saying that there's still outstanding questions and it still needs to be reviewed.
That's fine. I think it's been resolved, but I think what's likely pertinent to the planning board's discussion is that it appears as though the applicant is proposing the 30 additional seats only to be used seasonally.
Yeah.
The town's response to the applicant was, for purposes of Board of Health, Board of Selectmen permitting, parking calculations and SOAR calculations, we don't care.
Right, okay.
If their architect can meet inside fire and building code safety requirements, they could put all 130 inside. Or they could move, 50 outside, and they can manage their seating however they want.
Okay.
Maybe it's relevant to the planning board as part of this special permit reduction, that what they are truly proposing is 30 seasonal seats.
Okay. All right. And another question I have is, you talked about the timeline. Why, I would have assumed that the design of the restaurant would have been done when you were proposing it initially. Was the design not done then and it was only done in phase 2?
It was done in a very preliminary manner. It was basically something for the board to see that this restaurant, the kitchen will be in a hypothetical position and all. We didn't even have a 100% clear concept when we applied for the building permit. We just knew it was going to be a restaurant. And the number of seats was based on number of parkings available to us originally. Our architect that we enjoyed working with for the historic side of the project, great, I will use them again anytime, but they really did not know how to design a restaurant. And the Souza Architects and Design, they specialize in restaurants. I can name at least 15 or 20 high-end restaurants they've done in Seaport, Boston, and all over the place. And they specialize in doing restaurants. And we just did not want to put, plywood on the wall and put some seats and call it a restaurant. So the intention, of course, unfortunately for my pocketbook, is that he wants a very high-end restaurant. So, so he wants to design the best he can, as is done at Fishbones, to do it at the new place.
Okay.
To be a destination place. So we did not work on that originally because we didn't have the right team.
In the planning board decision, it was presented and approved as a phased
Yes.
construction
Very much
project.
so.
Residential first, restaurant phase 2.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Evan. Part of the fact that we couldn't move to the second part of the phase 2 was because we didn't have the certificate of occupancy for phase 1 until September. And then we had to finish renting all the units and have some rent roll coming in order to move forward with the rest of the project.
I've got some questions on the spaces. It looks like, and it was tough to see on this, I guess it was a subdivision plan, there are 2 handicap spaces now, right?
Yes, we built 2 handicap spaces where you pointed at, yeah.
And with the increased capacity, I think I saw that it would be a 3rd required.
I saw a letter from, I think, the police department that said that. We have no problem if that's what's required. We will have our architects speak to the appropriate people in town and figure that out. And if the 3rd one is required, we'll just add the 3rd one to it.
Okay.
Can I make a comment?
Sure.
I believe Officer Poor, what he wrote was, I think it was on the impression that we were asking for 12 extra seating. And that would bring us to over 50 parking spaces. So over 50, we're going to require 3, but under 50, we require only 2. But as Human said, if town wants a 3rd handicap space, that's not a problem with us.
Okay.
Okay.
And that kind of brings up another question I had. I counted the seating in the plan that you have, and it doesn't seem to match 130. It seems to be less.
There's 8 outside.
Okay,
on
I
the
don't think
patio.
those were all shown, were they?
Yeah, it should be a breakdown on the top
Oh, yeah,
right.
they were. Okay.
Yeah.
Can you keep this up?
Yep.
So my next question is related to the handicap access for the restaurant.
If I may?
Yeah.
Okay. So, basically, these are the closest ADA parking spaces, and there is a vegetation with a transformer there. So, as the town finished the sidewalk, they brought the ramp around. They did that over the summer. We are going to connect that and break right here, as you see, coming into a patio. You'll be level with the
Okay.
entrance, and that will be the handicap accessible.
Okay, so you'd have to break through the wall that's there now?
No, it will be right above, so it will level off. over
Because
the
there's a
wall.
stone wall right there.
Yeah, at the end is about 7 inches, and it gets deeper and deeper as you go towards the back of the lot. But towards the parking spaces is about 7 or 8 inches of the stone wall, so it'll be right above that, will be flush with that. Because the patio comes all the way up to the bottom of these doors, which is higher than the wall.
Right, but the ramp wouldn't go over the wall, would it?
Yes, it would. It would die into the, that's the expand of the ramp, that section would cover the wall going over to the patio and meet the patio.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Are there any design drawings on that?
I'm sorry?
Are there any design drawings on that?
On what?
On what they're proposing for the handicapped access?
So what he's describing and what's partially shown on this plan is different than the original approval, which shouldn't come as a total surprise. There may be a need for an additional modification to resolve that level of change from the original approval to the final design.
So we're being asked to modify the parking relief, and then we're going to be asked again to make another change.
Potentially. The major change is that this area right here, in the original permit, was open, so that the pedestrian path from the rear parking lot went up these stairs, through the patio, and straight out to the sidewalk. So this was open right here.
Okay.
As they're developing their outdoor patio and trying to further refine ADA accessibility to the restaurant, it appears as though some of the design details related to pedestrians walking from the rear parking lot through the patio and getting out to the Billerica Road sidewalk may change based upon what was originally approved and what ultimately their final design would be. I don't know if that rises to the extent where the planning board would want to do a formal modification. And it's not clear to me, and I think we're hearing tonight, that they haven't fully designed that to that level of detail yet.
So I'm all for lessons learned, and the fact that we approved a project as a planning board in phases without it completely designed, we're now in this situation.
It was completely designed, but things change.
It wasn't really designed internally.
No, right, the internal space wasn't,
Yeah.
which isn't uncommon.
Bailiwick.
Which isn't uncommon.
But it is if it impacts parking and...
No, the parking is our concern. What's inside those walls is not.
Yeah, tonight, I
Right.
think they're clearly looking for relief from parking to add 30 more seats.
Yeah.
Everything else is kind of an interior, building.
Yeah.
They could submit a building permit right now if they wanted to.
Right, but everything else is impacting the accessibility of these parking spaces.
No.
Because we're going to approve parking, and from what I saw when walking around there, there's no way for ADA accessibility.
So the original plan that the board approved was ADA compliant. Let's assume it wasn't. The building commissioner, who's also the town's ADA coordinator, is legally obligated under the building code as part of issuing an building and occupancy permit to cover that. So I think it's safe for the board to assume that your original approval reviewed that and approved an ADA compliant plan.
But I'm not sure I want to approve parking if the parking is going to end up changing. Because if they find something new in the design that's going to prevent them from putting those handicap spaces there, and they're going to have to move them somewhere else.
May I add? We already met with the DPW regarding the ramp, regarding the handicap accessibility. And Katrina Schmidt already called me yesterday walking the site. She was very happy with the results of what we're doing.
Okay.
And we have communication with them as well. The parking spaces for the ADA are not going to be moved. There's no place else to move them. It was always part of the design of that door that I pointed out to always be the ADA access from the patio or maybe a deck at the beginning. We weren't sure, but they ended up being a patio. That's always going to be the only thing that changed was where Evan mentioned there was going to be a ramp going onto the sidewalk, but once we decided that it would really enhance the look of the building from the street, instead of having a ramp going onto the sidewalk, there's another ramp coming up on the side. It's just sort of defeats the purpose of having two ramps.
If you're looking for a clean letter from DPW, that means we're continuing, unless it's a conditional approval.
Oh, yeah, we could approve with conditions.
The other option is, it sounds like you're looking for clarification on whether the additional seating capacity is going to trigger an additional handicap spot. Is that?
Well, but they've already said that they will add one.
Yeah,
if
they said they're
we
going
need.
to do three.
Are you looking for that
Well,
level of
potentially. But if
clarity?
other board members are okay and comfortable with this, then I'm fine. I just have some
No, I get what
concerns.
you're saying. We're not seeing a plan that's been updated to show what they're talking about.
Right, and
I get
that's
that.
what
I
happened
get-
last time, and we're here now
But this, you know,
adding more relief.
And if this were the outside, I would agree with you, but this is inside, and it really isn't our.
But it is,
legal
because they
territory.
changed the
No,
inside and it's
the
impacting
result-
the out.
No, I get
We're
it,
just
but
concerned
I'm
with the
comf-
impact,
All I'm saying
not
is I
with how
get
it
it, but I'm
got,
comfortable with
you know.
moving along.
Yeah, and I want to prevent the impact from impacting us again for a second time.
If
I don't think we should design their projects for them.
If we do grant the parking space relief and we find there's a problem, is that something the board can take a look at later, or is it granted forever while this business exists?
I mean, the problem is, how do you, what's your methodology to determining a problem?
Yeah.
I mean, to pick up on what Paul was suggesting about the valet, I mean, what about a thought of having off-site employee parking? I'm assuming on a Friday, Saturday night, you may have at least 15 employees. If you can get them, maybe it's easier for you to enter into a lease arrangement for employees and not focus on valet.
There's an empty lot right down the road. I know it's on Chelmsford Street. The old CVS is just sitting there empty.
Yeah. So we do utilize some of the CVS parking spaces in the back. We've spoken to the managers there. They've changed managers. They weren't really responsive and acceptable before, but they are now. Some park there and some park in the municipal parking now in the back. But usually we have the employees park off-site anyways, because like you said, 15 parking spaces is going to really affect our business.
So I see them walking through the center, so I know
Yes.
they're parking
Yeah,
somewhere
right.
else.
What I'm suggesting is that not only would your employees not park on your 47 spaces on your property, but ideally they wouldn't be parking in the municipal lot either.
Correct. Absolutely. Yeah, we can arrange that and just see who. We've been working with the church as well, and they've been utilizing our spaces on Sunday mornings.
You think within the next 2 to 4 weeks you may be able to get something in writing?
I probably could work on that.
That would be
yes.
worth waiting for, I think.
Okay.
If I may just address the, one more time, between the DPW and the building commissioner, they're gonna have the complete say on the handicap ramp.
Yeah.
And they're gonna have to approve it according to ADA rules.
Yeah.
So that's really, I'm not trying to say like, it's not privy for this board, it's just like, I don't wanna like be alarmed that we're gonna do something that's not gonna be to code. Because they have to be approved by those two parties, and which DPW has already approved our preliminary plan, and then everything has to be submitted in hard copy by the architect for that whole new design. So they will have.
Yeah, my concern was not that it wouldn't be to code. My concern was that there'd be even more changes down the road that might impact another request coming to us for.
You don't like to
the
see us at 10:30 at night every couple of weeks? No, we hopefully don't have to come back for any additional changes, but never say never. But regarding this issue, we don't anticipate changing the parking spaces or moving the ADA parking spaces. And as Evan said, the building commissioner and DPW will have a final say on the design of that ramp anyways, to make sure that it's completely
All right.
to code.
Okay. Anybody else have comments? Otherwise, we've got two ways we can, oh, yeah.
Public.
Yeah, public hearing, there we go.
Okay. Thank you. Joanne Stanway. I'm at 6 Lantern Lane, but I'm also the chair of the Chelmsford Commission on Disabilities. And I did hear from Katrina, and she let me know that she spoke with you. And yes, Jose Negron is the ADA coordinator, but, and I'm going to try to not repeat any of the things that you've already noted. But I've been here since 6:30, so I'm going to say something, right? So I appreciate that there'll be 3 spots. I want to ensure that at least one of them is van compliant. That will be critical. And also the current pathway that you just said would be adjusted to accommodate that corner that goes up to street level. How do you get in at street level? Because there's 2 steps going into the building.
The residential part of the building is not accessible, and it wasn't approved as accessible. The side entrance is the one that's going to be accessible for the commercial use at the restaurant.
And so that accounts for the entering the restaurant through the new area that you're proposing? The outside area there, that's flat and brings you directly into the restaurant, so there's no stairs or anything else?
That's going to be actual main entrance to the restaurant. The front door is more of the look of the building that it is. It doesn't even count as emergency exit for us because we added additional doors to accommodate the extra seating. So that would be mostly for emergency exit, the front door and the steps. But the 2 side doors, there's gonna be additional side door that's gonna accommodate the exit. This one, we add in just the 3rd one here as well. So there'll be 3 doors that would be on a flat surface for ADA exit.
Okay, and so as not to belabor the point, just from the position of the Commission on Disabilities, I would really like to see a final plan before there's any decision by the planning board, just so that we're not doing anything over once it's done. Any questions for me?
That would be a final plan concerning the, particularly the ADA issue.
Accessibility, parking,
Okay.
Including van accessible
Ramps and
parking.
van, yeah.
And the ability to get in and utilize the restaurant. And I did have actually one other point with the additional seating. Love fish bones, but it's a little crowded inside. Are you taking note of making it easy for wheelchair users to be able to get to the tables?
This plan design shows all the seating, and we've gone beyond the state code, which does not require ADA seating at the bar. We're going with the national code that does. So we're going to put ADA seats at the bar in addition to other accesses. And the pathways and everything has been calculated so that all ADA access is collected.
Okay, so again, my position is just I'd appreciate a firm plan before any decision's made.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks. Deirdre?
Deirdre Conley, I'm speaking as an abutter tonight. I really want this restaurant to go in, and I want this project to be developed and completed. But I do have a couple issues. One is that at the original project, which I was recused from because I was also then in a butter, there was a few things mentioned. By the way, there was outdoor seating, I believe, in the original plan, so they're not just adding 30 outdoor seats. They're adding some indoor, some outdoor, because there was previously outdoor seats. There was also meant to be a flat island at the entrance into the parking lot beside the restaurant. Also, there was, going to be a ramp, and the apartments were going to be affordable. They weren't asked for any contribution to the PILO, nor did they build any affordable units in their 8-unit apartment place, because they were going to be providing affordable housing to their employees. Granted, we've been told their employees weren't interested in affordable housing opportunities. That seems shocking, but I feel like there's been a lot of things granted that necessarily haven't followed through. The plan, if you look at it, I think it's still on the window of the building. If you stand there and look at the plan and then step over a few steps and look at what's there, it doesn't, there wasn't that big electric, whatever it is, compressor there in the plan. That was where the ramp was going to be, and at the current moment, there's no way to get from the parking lot to the street without really taking your life in your hands, stepping into oncoming traffic. There's certainly no way for a handicapped person to get from the parking lot to the street without putting themselves in danger. And also, currently, people are using that as a cut-through to avoid the light and, motoring through there. So I would like to request that there be a firm plan and design plan for at least the egress from the pedestrian egress from the parking lot to the street, from the parking lot to the restaurant, from the handicapped spots to the street. Part of that, I thought part of that handicap parking was town parking, not all restaurant parking. So there should be a way to get from the handicapped to the sidewalk. I also think there should be speed bumps, traffic calming measures in the parking lot. And I also would like to have someone look at a firm count. So originally, they were granted 47 spots, I believe, which was I don't know what % reduction. And that was based on needing 14, I believe, spaces for the residents and 15 for the employees. I don't believe either of those two numbers is eligible for a parking reduction, so that's a fixed 29 that they need, unless I'm wrong about the employee. And I also would have the question, if they increase their seating capacity by 30, would they're supposed to be having parking for their employees at peak time? So I don't know if that number would go up from 15, so if that parking amount that they would be requiring for their employees would go up. So at this point, I'm at either 29 or maybe more if the employee number's not fixed. And then they had 40 spots allotted that they needed for the restaurant with the reduction. It was actually a reduction, I think, of 11. So now they're asking for an additional, they need an additional, I think it's 12, but they don't have any more, so they're asking for an additional reduction by 12. So they've already gotten 11 reduction, now they're getting a 12 reduction. If they build a van accessible parking spot, they're gonna lose another spot. If they build anything like the pocket park that's been still in limbo land, that will pull back some of the parking spaces because it's gonna be built at the edge where there's currently parking. So I guess I would like to request that there be current renditions, that there be a really good, well laid out count of the number of parking spots available and the number of parking spots that they're looking to be allocated to their business. As to John's point, the town bought this lot for the center businesses to be developed. And now we have multiple businesses, which is a great thing, and I want this business to be there. That will also be a great thing. But I don't want there to be an inadequacy of spaces for all the other businesses. So I would like to request that we have good plans, that we have a good count, A, of what they need, and B, of what there is available when you take into account the ADA van accessible spot and the potential pocket park. I think they should have a gentleman's agreement with the Santander, that they use their spots after 5, after banking hours. I think they should have a plan kind of laid out in place, that they would be willing to have valet on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and kind of a plan for that, not just we'll agree to that. I find that we don't always execute those smaller details. And I don't know, I thought there was one more thing, but, so speed bumps, a good rendition, a good parking count. Oh, I think that the notification went to the abutters. I certainly got one, but the businesses didn't get the notification. The owners of the properties got the notification. So I would like to request that we invite the businesses, or at least seek input from the businesses in the center who have, many of their customers have become accustomed to using those town-owned spots, and see if they have thoughts on whether this is going to adversely impact them. And, you know, maybe 30 is too many. I don't know. I'm not going to propose to make such a recommendation, but I don't think all the details are ironed out in this yet.
Thank you.
Can I ask?
Sure.
Quick question, I swear. Josh Warhurst, 232 Princeton Street. The lot in front of the library, right, where there's the CVS and all the other buildings there, is that lot considered when we consider parking in this area? I know personally, when I go to Fishbones, I'll park in that lot.
Yeah, a lot of people do, but it's private.
It's, okay. So is it just for the parking, like for those businesses?
Technically, yes.
Until it becomes a problem.
Yeah. Until it becomes a problem is the right answer.
Yeah.
Okay. It's one of those
Yeah.
places where there's always a lot of empty spots.
Yep.
So I just, okay, but should I not use it in the future?
No, it's between you and whoever owns the parking lot.
They're not complaining.
Yeah, we're not complaining.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Just a couple of quick responses to Ms. Conley's comments. We did get a waiver for affordable housing when we applied for this project, and we were granted that. We came to the hearings and meetings, and we mentioned that we will offer at an affordable rate to our employees at Fishbones. You cannot put a gun to someone's head to rent a unit from you. So they did not. Then we had no choice but to go to market, and we got market rate. And if people in town prefer to see the dilapidated building that was sitting there empty for 16 years, or $3.4 million later, we still haven't opened up a restaurant, that's for the town to debate. But as far as our obligation to the commitment we made to the town, I think we followed through everything that we said we have, and continuing to do so. The handicap spaces that are currently there are part of our property. We built them, we put them there. And if we're required to put more than 2, we accommodate them as well. The sidewalk curb cut that was completely in disarray for years, after us requesting from DPW for over a year and a half, they finally came out and they addressed that part. But as soon as it came inside the parking lot, they left it alone for us to finish. Since the residential phase of the project is not accessible, there is no one who lives at the building that can access the residential and needs the ADA ramp at this point. And that will be completed, as we said, the part of phase 2 of the project at the restaurant, which will require ADA access. And I don't know if I missed any other points. I'm not sure about the 29, 30 spaces that was mentioned, We are merely asking for the reduction of 11 or 12. I'm not quite clear at this point, but that's what we're looking for.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Anybody else have comments? And then we need to think about what we want for a next step here. It sounds to me as if there's a lot of thought that we could use a definitive layout of the parking and access piece of this. I think that's, I don't think we should concern ourselves with what's inside the walls, but we certainly can look at the access. Anything else?
I would like to see that exterior final design plan.
I think that's what Mike was referring to.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about. Just,
Yeah.
But
That's
this
essentially
is the one that we have in front of us today is a preliminary subdivision plan.
Yeah, no, it's from 19.
Yeah, it's
from
an old one.
21.
Yeah, so
Correct.
I would like to make sure that,
The seating plan appears to be where they're heading with the modifications to the pedestrian access.
Yeah.
Kevin, could you please go back to the site plan 1 second, please?
Oops.
If I could just,
Site plan?
yes, please. The original site
Yep,
plan.
yep.
If I may just point out, this ramp is going to be placed here versus here. This is gonna be closed, so that's the only difference. Everything else stays the same, except going around and coming in, you're just gonna bring the customers in this way, and this will be closed off. That's the only change that's gonna happen in this.
yes,
Everything else remains exactly the same.
I want to see an official site plan.
I understand, sure.
Is that something you guys can get for us?
We definitely gonna put a call into the architect tomorrow
And
and
have them
have them draw that.
pencil and,
With the
Hopefully.
three handicap
Yeah.
spaces.
But
in-
they need to verify whether they're required.
yes.
3 or 2.
They also need to verify
Well,
whether
that's
they
what the
need a
DP
van. And that determination will be made solely by the building commissioner.
Right.
If they're not legally required to put in a van, but they volunteer to put in a van space, that's their business. So the number and the type will be determined by the building commissioner.
Yeah.
So in addition to getting the modified pedestrian access, the board also wants clarification and a final plan on the ADA parking.
Yeah, and I would like to see also, as Deirdre mentioned, the proposed plans that they would have for alternative parking. So whether that's valet or parking at CVS or Santander, some type of proposal that the other businesses have agreed to, not that is still up in the air, but something more definitive to reduce the parking issues.
Yeah, unfortunately, the center of town is one big parking issue. But we do with it the best we can.
And then, Evan, Deirdre mentioned something about, and I'm still getting up to speed on these, but the reduction can be applied to the customers but not the employees?
No, I think what Deidre is saying is the parking required includes employee plus customers. There's a ratio there. And I think what Deidre was saying is, well, if you're increasing seating capacity, are you also increasing employee numbers to serve that increased capacity? If that's the case, then the requested 12 parking spaces, it's not clear whether they were entirely for customers or if it included an increase for employees as well. I
So,
think that's what,
yeah, so who would provide those
I
clarified
think,
numbers?
I think the applicant needs to clarify,
Okay,
right? I mean, if the applicant comes back to the board and says, well, 30 additional seats, we're not having any additional employees, I think that's the clarity that the board's looking for.
The police department asked for 3 handicap
Yeah.
parking spaces.
Yeah, that final determination is made by the building commissioner.
Yeah.
Who is the ADA coordinator, so I will speak with him. But I wanted to add that in Massachusetts, 1 in 6 handicap spots needs to be van accessible with a minimum of 1.
So there has to be one no matter what.
Right.
If that's the law, then that's what's required. And I think on the approved plan, I think one of the original spaces.
It indeed was.
Was
You can
vacant,
see it there.
Yeah, I just didn't want that to go away.
No, I can't. I mean, it won't get approved unless Jose approves anyway. Okay, any other items that we need to ask for? I want to make sure that you guys know what you want, what you need to bring next time. And
I would suggest April 10th.
Thank you.
is it, can you do April 10th?
Yes, just, I want to put it out there that we already delayed over a year.
Yeah.
And any delay over where the ramp would be, and I'm not minimizing the issue, but it's just gonna push the project that much further back.
Yeah.
Every time we come back and we go back for a new material to satisfy, all the requests, it's not gonna happen overnight. If I call the architect tomorrow, he's gonna get back to me 3 weeks from tomorrow.
Yeah, well, that's kind of why we were thinking April 10th might be more appropriate than,
That mean-
the earlier one is March 27th, and that sounds like that's iffy, so.
I don't think that gives them enough time to
That
get letters
doesn't give them
from-
enough time to get this stuff together.
Yeah, I mean, as I understand it, the priorities are really, the board wants to see letters or a proposal for
Yeah,
valet,
something concrete.
employee parking, and the other items are,
If it's up to me, I would just go with the 100 seats, and thank you all for your time tonight, but
But we're all
he wants the
really
extra
looking
30
forward to
seats.
this
Yeah, we all
opening.
wanna go
We're
eat
all
there,
dying
yeah.
to come, so.
But I hope you'll be more understanding in our situation, though. I mean, it's been over 3 years. Frustration is building a lot more on our side because it's costing us money. It's
Yeah.
not costing you money. 2.5 years of sitting there empty was costing us money. And now moving forward, it's costing us money every time that we delay for a week or a month. So that's the frustration on our part.
Well, to that point, can I
Yes,
ask
sir.
why construction stopped during COVID?
Yeah, because everything finished, building was completely finished. We even put staging furniture in one unit, but we had no electricity. Because the one part that we were waiting for was 9 months delay. We ordered it 21 months ahead, because they said it might take about 14 months. And we did not get it for 21 months.
So that was electricity to both the residential and?
The power was coming in as a temporary power, but it would not go to a distribution box, so we couldn't get full power to the building. If you have no full power, you can't get certificate of occupancy, you can't have your equipment checked, you can't have electricity checked, nothing. Nothing was, so we're sitting there 9 months, basically collecting dust. We had a gas furnace installed in the basement just to keep the building warm during that 9 months, so.
And you couldn't have done design work or the outside work?
Everything was done for the building, but we couldn't start on the phase 2. As I said, the original architect, we found out was not the right design team for the restaurant. Everything in the building, as we promised would be done, was done ahead of time, prior to our deadline. But it took miracle for us even to get it when we got it.
Yeah, the national grid's not always the easiest to work with.
It was actually a private company that.
Private company, huh?
Yeah, private company.
we're gonna do a vote to continue to April 10th.
Yeah, we're gonna need a vote
And
to
just for
that.
the record, Joel is a voting member as of
Okay.
now on this one.
Do we have a motion to continue?
You're in the game, kid. How you feeling?
Second.
Second, we have motion, we have a second. All in favor? Aye.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, we'll see you in a month. Okay, it's perilously close to 11 o'clock, actually. One might argue it's even a minute past. Do we have any more we need to do?
Motion to adjourn?
Second.
Aye.
Deirdre, you can vote from the audience.